and Thunderstruck to give us a dramatic entrance.
Yata.
Some would say a grand entrance.
And in the words of a movie that I'm not familiar with, we're about to be big damn heroes.
Oh, again, you make yourselves known. Is there any kind of particular introduction you want to do, considering you're reputable?
I'm just be happy. I'm gonna be quiet and let the man do the talking.
I am very tempted to just be like, "Oh, hi guys, how's your first order going?"
You know what? Do it.
No.
I dare you.
No. Peer
$10
pressure
says you'll do it.
$10? That? Yeah, yes, I will do it for a adult quarter. No, I'm sorry, that's $5. So 50 cents. No. But yeah, sorry, continue.
Okay, let's just go on before we just keep escalating this.
Alright. I mean...
But yeah, that is actually a good question. Do we say anything or do we just walk in?
Because they realized we're here, but we didn't introduce ourselves. We just walked in.
I don't need an introduction. I'm a goddamn brand.
It's like, hello, I'm the Mandalorian.
Hi, I'm kind of a big deal.
I just walk in and sit down at the table. Face them.
Okay. Let's see, I see Quinlan is over there.
Yep.
Is it just my laptop?
Wait,
Again, I'm still having the same problem, so I don't think it's just your laptop.
You want to
Oh
know?
no, just being curious. Keep going.
I wonder why the names I gave these guys are no longer on their tokens.
Oh no!
They were never on their tokens, from what I
Yeah,
remember.
but all of them had a name. All of them had names.
Yeah, they all had a name, but only Zesha had a name on her token.
Zesha.
I'd have to look back at the previous stream to see if their names got deleted or not. I'll take your word on it.
I just recall them as not having names.
No, they like had mentioned some of them.
I like keeping continuity, so when tokens suddenly lose names, I don't necessarily remember their names.
We have Governor Bestie, an eagle, somewhere.
Yeah, Eagle has not shown himself.
Sorry, you had the Governor and Lieutenant Bestie. That's what it was.
We know he's lurking.
And then we have these new people. Minus Zesha, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I cannot move myself, so I actually have the Twitch stream up right now in lieu of that. So if you could please move me, I guess, beside Quinlan, if you don't mind.
That's why I
If someone doesn't
because I
mind.
figured somebody might want to stand there.
Stand by the door. lean on the wall. Yay. I just remember there's a Hapen, or someone from the Hapes here.
Yes,
Yeah, that'd be.
I recall that too. So you're just sitting in the corner, leaning back against the wall. I'm sitting down and leaning back against the table.
Yeah. Have one hand kind of. Did we? Was there agreement for like no weapons or anything like that?
Not specifically.
Okay, so, one hand kind of on holstered blaster on thigh.
Like I mentioned, Lieutenant Bestie has
Yeah, he has a sword.
yeah. Sorry, I'm ordering food.
You good?
Oh,
I can do it from here.
might as well. But they have names. Yeah. Okay, so you cannot move yourself, Rory?
Because he's using Twitch right now to see the map.
Oh, right, because
Yeah.
you can't actually load the... Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you
currently
only
trying
move
to
where?
gain fire. Beside Quinlan, near the wall, near the door.
Okay.
On Quinlan, yeah, like on Quinlan's right, basically. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, there's a person occupying that chair.
Is there? Oh. It's like,
He wasn't there before.
yeah, because line of sight. Fair enough. So yeah,
Not
head
sure
over
why I
there.
couldn't see him
See.
with my line of sight, but
Well, I presumed you... Were you looking forward beyond the bar? Or...
no, but I got the 270-degree vision.
Ah. Keep reading that.
Which, where he's sitting, he might be in that cone of blindness.
Because there's a wall there.
Yeah.
Oh, I see
It's
him.
taken.
Yeah. No. Roy will just nod. I guess I'll just like lean on the more like a little to the right. I'll just like lean on the door itself. That way, Eagle doesn't necessarily. Well, yeah, just I'll be it. I'm not in his way. He's not in mine, etc., etc.
Okay. As I shall say, oh, great. These are the reputable people you were talking about? The person to the left of, of course, they've done the most out of any of us. And that's including you over there as well. Of which, she is referring to, who you guys would know as Lieutenant Bestie.
Some cases even cleaned up some of y'all's mistakes.
Particularly nasty ones from Mr. Bestie over there.
Well, I was trying not to name names. Reputable, of course, is up for debate, but from what we've been hearing recently, we do seem to have the highest success rate. Take that for what you will. Okay, so Chrome's just not going to talk to Roll20 today. I can live with that.
Changes. I'm on Chrome.
This is Chrome too. It's just Chrome on this laptop, but won't work. But Firefox did. So.
You know what? I know it's not really.
Have you
the
updated
issue,
your
but
browser?
I'm gonna blame the HAL.
As far as I know, the browser's up to date, but I can look.
If it's any consolation, Tris, Firefox is also like not working for me either. I am banned from Roll20. I cannot go to the game. Luckily, I don't need anything in the game to. I have my stats. I'm gonna go home.
Yeah, thankfully this is not one of the games where your sheet is built into Roll20.
The governor, the former governor. Yeah, let me change his name. Let me put X in front of that. There we go. Yeah, he'll speak up. He won't get up. He'll just speak up. He's never listening to stand. I was looking at getting a conference with you, Mandalorian. I wasn't expecting this.
Well, I wanted to talk to you too, so this seemed convenient all around. Yeah, it says Chrome's up to date.
Weird.
Lieutenant Vesey will be keeping his eyes on the Maquis members of which he has line of sight of.
Well, I didn't say what he did wrong, at least to maintain his honor. Everyone makes mistakes.
Rory will look at Starfell, nod, just like, yep. Looking at me, I'm also looking at you. Hi.
If I remember correctly, you're in full armor, Rory?
Yes,
Okay.
I am in full armor. I am not without my helmet. No, I am also not saying anything at this moment.
I have my helmet with me, but it's sitting on the table.
Okay. Wait, sorry, music go away too? No, okay. Wait, I'll just do this. Sounds sufficiently Star Warsy. Okay. Let me confirm that as hair. Yes, the green-haired woman will speak up. Now that everyone's here, we can actually know what each of us can bring to bear. Maquis, when's the last time you actually took a look at the city? I'm under the impression that you've been doing other things recently.
My team specifically has been doing other stuff. But I have people who have been going in and out of the city almost constantly. That's partly how we learned about you guys and tried to make contact.
Best you'll speak up. Yes, and how exactly did you do that?
What, make our way in and out of the city?
Yes.
Well, depending on how this meeting goes and whether we're actually allies after the fact, I will happily share that secret. And then you will proceed to facepalm that you haven't figured it out up until now.
It is pretty funny.
It's amazing all the shit that gets past you guys. Pauses for, meta laughing. Just, see, shit, sewers.
The greener Roman will just be leaning on the bar. I suppose before old Viroides actually get into a dust up, you should know that our group here is the youngest of everything. As a matter of fact, we were inspired by you, Maquis.
So I heard. Glad that's finally starting to take.
Well, with a good chunk of the population having disappeared, I assume, by your doing, it's made things interesting to deal with.
Well, we wanted to get them out of the potential combat zone, so yes, that was our doing.
Now, unlike yourselves, I have no code name. I'm Nira.
Nice to meet you, Nira.
Strange, it's not displaying the person's name.
I see Nira.
No, the person to the far right.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
There we go. Over
They
there.
updated the ex-governor.
Huh? Over there.
It just updated the ex-governor, so I was just laughing at that. Sorry.
Over there is Elena.
Pleasure. My companions are free to introduce themselves. I don't know whether they're choosing to use code names or not today.
I'll just quietly look to Rory first.
He's looking right back at you like...
While they figure that out, that's my companion, Quinlan.
I'll say Quinlan will make a noise.
I'm the scout. My name is... Well, just call me Scout for now.
While they figure that out, he is going to indicate a sign of trust and respect by removing his blasters and the bam braces and putting them on the counter so that he can't quick draw the fuck out of them.
Okay.
It worked with the so
Good
tall,
call.
might as well do it here. Whether they'll figure out the significance of the gesture is up to them.
Yep.
The only person who'd probably notice the significance of that gesture is Eagle, who's currently behind you.
I don't know, intelligence guy might.
Yeah, that's stretching it. He literally tried to have someone blow up half the planet.
That's poor strategy. That doesn't necessarily mean he's bad at getting information. He's an analyst, not a strategist.
I'm pretty sure destroying the base with hyperspace fuel just puts you in a very bad position overall.
Well, again, that was poor strategy. It didn't occur to him how that was going to play out. That was a miscalculation. That had nothing to do with his ability to process the data that he had on hand.
So if someone's instructed to destroy the base...
I'd say, yeah, that was poor coding.
I'm not going to let go of it.
You got to be more precise with your coding if you're going to... I'm not saying he didn't fuck up. I'm just, pointing out that type of fuck up is different from what I'm expecting from him here.
My expectation of him is currently on the ground. And probably 6 feet under as well, so.
Man, we're just waiting for Rory to decide how he wants to introduce himself, unless I missed that.
Yes, how are you going to introduce yourself, Rory? I'll use media currently.
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of multitask. One moment.
You're fine.
You go take your helmet off and say your name. Just call yourself Costco.
Yes, obviously I'm gonna be taking off my helmet. Now, he simply says, "Call me Sparkplug,"
Aw.
or just call me Sparks.
The members of the Rising Dawn will nod, just in acknowledgement. Okay, Sparks. Elaine will say from her far side, from where she is. The Hapen will look around. I guess it's my turn. I'm Tawny. I don't know much about the Maquis. I don't particularly like the First Order over here, but I see that circumstances have forced us to occupy the same space.
Former First Order, but yes, we are all here by matter of circumstance. Just curiosity question. How many factions are we representing here? Is this 3 or 4?
There's at least 3, possibly 4.
Well, I'm asking to clarify. Yeah, I'm actually asking them to clarify.
Because we have the New Dawn, we have the former First Order, the Exiles, let's call them that. So we have the Exiles, the Maquis, the New Dawn, and whatever Miss Rayor and Snowfall represent.
This is why I asked.
Yeah. Bestie, you'll say 3. Eagle's voice will pipe up and say 4.
All right then.
Zesha will look a little incredulous at Bestie, like. Four will do, but my purpose here is more for family than this.
So
even
count
better,
the Rayor
5.
as a separate faction. You want me to count the Rayor as a separate faction? I'm willing to do that. I'm just trying to figure out how many different groups' interests we're juggling for this conversation.
Well, it sounds like Eagle.
4.5.
So it sounds like Eagle over here is being a mercenary again for once. Miss Rayor is being her own self and worrying about her family. We have the New Dawn. We have the Exiles in the corner. And what about you, Miss Snowfall? Are you part of this New Dawn group or a different group?
Well, I don't recall giving you my last name, but my allegiance is with the Rising Dawn, yes.
Oh, Rising Dawn. I thought she gave her last name to us.
I was fighting Chrome at the time, so and I have meta memory of her because she was in the other game.
Yeah.
I guess I'm dealing with the Disney AU version. Well,
different timeline.
Yeah.
There might be contamination then, because I just recall these for some reason knowing the last name.
Aside from the fact that it's printed right there on the map?
Yeah.
Alright, well, if you forgive me for being somewhat blunt here for a moment, I'm just going to cut to the chase of why, at least, we were interested in having this meeting. At this point, we are ready to make our move. And ideally, we would like to make it with the various other factions in play, as opposed to without them. So, figured to be the time for all of us to come to the table, figure out who wants what, and what's needed to get everybody on the same playbook.
Nero will say, understandable. I was actually in discussions with the former governor about trying to overthrow the current ruler, as it were. Though I believe the governor was attempting to prematurely negotiate his reinstatement. With the populace as dwindled as it is through your sequestering, the current military dictator hasn't had a lot of resources to pull from. He can't really pull the populace anymore for troops. He, I imagine, still has people to answer to, so it's probably causing him problems there. Bestial pipe up. Yes, but now he has more free reign to fortify these cities. So he no longer has to worry about people. The fact that they're missing, whether they're giving him an issue or not, will likely cause him to think that some form of assault will be underway in some nebulous time point. Why else would you evacuate civilians?
Well, the former governor and his intelligence analyst can feel free to correct me on this, but he's been, based on my understanding, he's been fearing we've been ready to make an assault since day one.
He believed that the Maquis were in places of power throughout the world to some degree or another. I believe he was greatly overestimating your influence.
I have no reason to, disabuse him or anyone else of that suspicion if he wants to believe that way. Keeping our numbers and contacts close to the vest, as it were, has served us well up to this point. In some ways, it's actually flattering. But yes, I would not be surprised if he expects us to be coming, even if he doesn't know when. That would certainly explain some of the things we've had to deal with in the last few weeks, months. His attempt to gas the entire city, notwithstanding.
Yes, we tried to stop that.
And the fact we're having this conversation, we're obviously successful.
Now there is...
As for taking the city, it sounds like we're all on most of us are on the same page for that. And I will certainly admit the former governor's experience in administrating a place like this would be welcome if he's willing to play ball with the rest of us in terms of what the expectations are. Obviously, the First Order way of doing things is not welcome, but just because the First Order way is not welcome does not mean the administrative, experience and knowledge is not welcome.
Pricer will thoughtfully put a hand on his chin. Well, I mean, if I were to take over, the quotas would not be sufficient, as if I were to resume my former ways, you would just withhold the population from the city.
I'm pretty sure a good chunk of the population would love to return home. I mean, some of them may wish to continue fighting. Some of them have joined, but a lot of them are just civilians that we just want out of the line of fire. Assuming they're willing to return to work, and assuming the working conditions are something that they'll be happy with, that they have the choice. They have free reign to do so. We just didn't want them getting caught in the crossfire when we make our move.
Tani will
Or
voice
put
her,
up with the abuses of an idiot.
voice her opinion. Oh, well, that was a bit blunt, but yes, I don't think the population would be willing to get to go back to hard work shifts based off of excruciating schedules and not be allowed to pursue things. This world was something far different before the occupation started.
If I may,
Go ahead.
A proposal for both large and small scale dealing with this. My thoughts were some sort of representative body, running things with representatives from each of the different factions in play. In this case, it sounds like some sort of unionized representative of the miners would have a place at this table to ensure that their grievances and needs are being met. Ensure they're getting fair work, fair hours and resources.
Pricer will look over at you. Actually,
It's like we don't need something as large and grandiose as the fabled Senate or anything, but.
And that's what I was about to bring up. It sounds like you are wanting to institute, Republic law.
No. I want to just make sure that all the factions that were responsible for the overthrow have a say in how the post-overthrow is handled. We want to figure out our own laws, by all means.
Quick question, David. Under the, I think it was the Black Star. What was it?
Yeah, the Black Star Syndicate.
Yeah, under the Black Star Syndicate, did they kind of do a similar thing of like, it was essentially like the different families would come together and like work for a mutual gain?
Well, with them being a syndicate, there was a close knit bit of people that would essentially be the powerhouses. So yeah, it would be a similar thing. They you described it as, was it families?
Yeah.
Was it getting together?
It's like, the mafia
families,
sitting down
clans,
at
or
whatever
something.
Italian restaurant they're doing and wheeling and dealing.
That would be a good way to describe it.
Yeah.
If anything,
Because the Shadow Star Syndicate.
that's
But
it.
anyway,
Yeah, Shadowstar.
Yeah, if anything, what they did was they essentially just like grabbed a piece of land and didn't presume to dominate the natives.
That's it. If anything, we're returning to the way it was before the First Order, where in this case, instead of the different crime families or what have you, it's the different resistance factions and somebody to represent the miners or the civilian populace in some capacity. The people who are put in that position can decide how they want to handle it. Whether they want to go to some kind of Senate body or just yell at each other across a dining room table, or just look after their own affairs and ignore everyone else.
My interest is in running something effective and orderly.
The two do not have to be mutually exclusive, especially if you do not allow for the bloat that the Republic has. At this point, we have 4 factions in the room, 5 if you count the Rior, that arguably, to my understanding of how it was previously, would be something akin to the representation for the workers I was talking about. 5 people in a room doesn't seem to be that unwieldy.
And it would prevent ties.
Hmm. I just figure if this many factions are coming together to take the city, they should have at least something resembling equal say in how it's administered after the fact, considering they're all doing this for their own reasons and interests. We all agree the Forced Order's got to go, but I don't know if we all agree on what to do after they're gone.
Bestial, I'll speak up. Looking a little a little irritated, possibly about the presumption. Let's get something straight. We want Teldarin gone.
Well, that's, again, obviously your want. I know at least two factions in this room seem to have more concern with Taldarin and the First Order.
Percival, what would you propose then? The purpose be rule just for the sake of rule?
As you said, you want, something resembling law and order. You want to, not have anarchy.
Well, yes.
I don't think any of us want total lawlessness and anarchy either, do we? We want some semblance of, some semblance of, not shooting each other randomly in the street just for lulz.
Oh, no, I understand that, though.
No, that was me addressing the not the non-governor people, confirming that. It's like, we know the governor wants law and order. I presume you guys want, following the, the takeover, we want some degree of, law and order. Right. I mean, I presume you're going to want to make your own laws or whatever, but...
Nira, at this point, will be sitting on the bar. What we want is, well, the freedom to choose our own vocations and just be allowed to be people, hold jobs, not divert 75% of the population to digging up crystals and ores. This was a place of mining for a long while, but not to the point of stripping like it's been turned into now.
Your wants and the governor's wants do not seem to be mutually exclusive, so long as we don't do it the First Order way. Yes, Governor?
His eyes will look away for a moment, and then...
Even you yourself, when you first took over, were not necessarily doing it by the book. You seem to be working towards a middle ground between how the Order does things and how the locals wanted to do things.
Yes, because revolt hurts the larger cause, and while the methods that Teldarin is using were at my disposal, it would only provide short-term and not long-term benefits. That being said, with what you're proposing, I'm not entirely against it. However, since I do desire some purpose beyond just causing law and order to be established, I propose that once this is all formed, provided we get our goals, that we strive for sufficiency. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Sufficiency, as that is at least a worthy goal to strive towards.
And that does not seem to be in conflict with your wants, miss. And the Maquis certainly have been working towards being very self-sufficient, albeit because we need to be, based on what we've been having to deal with.
Zesha will, well, she clearly is armed, so she'll just put her weapon horizontally on the bar, kind of lean on it. Her hand is still on the handle, but she has trigger discipline. It's not actually on the trigger.
I'd say freedom of choice is certainly not mutually exclusive to being self-sufficient.
Personally, for me, I'm wondering how the Rayor would function. We're used to not necessarily being completely out in the open. If we do this, provided Leslie hasn't gone completely insane with whatever her plans with Chaldaran actually are, then what would I become an open ruler now?
Which one?
I don't think I. This is Esha. I don't think I can speak for the entirety of of what's left of the Rayor.
Are you just here to speak for yourself then?
I'm here to speak for the portion of the family that's here.
Well, then you represent their interests, and you have been empowered to at least speak for them. The rest of the Rayor, I presume, are on the mainland, and we can deal with them when we get that far. To my understanding, your family is a very complex one that is not exactly unused to differences of opinion. He says, quietly poking at Greg.
Depending on how far that opinion goes.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how Rory would respond. Oh, sorry. Sorry there, David.
Yeah, depending on how far those differences go, well, I'm proof that aggressive Rayor do exist.
Yes, it was, to my understanding, your last difference of opinion was almost Mandalorian.
Really? I didn't think of it that way.
Yes, because the slaughter of Raisha was definitely a good thing.
Well, the Rayor thinks some fratricide every once in a while is perfectly fine, it seems.
When you threaten the stability of the entire family, one must leave.
See?
Yes,
they're justifying fratricide.
Yes, because power and profit are all that matter.
Power and profit ensure continuance.
They also allow arrogance.
And arrogance can check arrogance.
Well, if you wish to build your tower so high, don't be surprised when you run out of oxygen.
That's when smarts come into play. Admittedly, I don't have a vast amount of them, but other members of the family do. And family works together, unless you're Leslie.
You're here. That indicates a certain level of smarts.
True. Working with, that's the right word, First Order rule has been odd. Power and money certainly works differently within the Order. Pricer will kind of lean out of his chair so he can actually be somewhat seen from the kind of corner that he's in. Yes, because the First Order is working as a united front to better its own workings, while money is a part of that. It is not the sole goal, just one of the many pieces.
Well, that's why we're here, to form our own united front to better our own selves. We, in theory, all bring something to the table that the other group lacks. Be it knowledge, skills, resources.
Zosha will speak up. Depending on the amount of time you have to play with, I'm not entirely sure when you got here, but I mentioned before that. There we go. That if I can sway Kane, I believe he has resources he can pull from the mainland.
Kane sounds familiar to Tristan. Have we dealt with Kane before?
He's the Rayor that was hesitant about disassembling a chunk of the morale base of the city to make workforce.
Well, presuming we're working...
Yeah, he's
the one I saved.
Okay.
He's one of the, like... Yeah, he's one of the softer and more... Like, hey, are we the bad guys?
Presuming this alliance works out, you guys, will have equal say in, figuring out when we make our move, because obviously it's dependent on your resources as well as ours. We don't want you showing up in name only. Coal Invasion brought to you by the Rior Corporation. Sponsored by Shasta.
It's Rayor and Co. No, that's out of character.
Bestie will be tapping the hilt of his sword. He's not ready to draw it or anything, he's just tapping the pommel. The resources that we have in play aren't enough on their own, and I am almost certain that the Mandalorian may have an issue with it. We didn't exactly have the best slogans for a recruitment drive.
Lance is over at Rory. We have slogans?
It was pretty... From what I understand, it was pretty much... Don't like the First Order? Sign up here.
I didn't say it was a good slogan.
See, all I knew we had was wanted posters.
Yes, unfortunately, I believe that is unfortunately also a way your name could be spread. Very good thinking on your part.
Yeah, urban legends work well.
But we do have a number of, by now, they should be fire team leaders that we can activate to help us.
I was wondering if you were going to admit to that.
Well,
especially considering how well the last one went.
You can presume what I mean by that, but if you're referring to what I believe you're referring to, I've been advised not to rush.
I was referring to plants, whether they were willing or not. You're the one who chose to dig yourself deeper than that. But men on the inside...
let's not have a repeat of that.
Assuming men on the inside will be useful, provided they don't try to blow us all up in the process.
Zesha will narrow her eyes. If I want to be a part of this, I would suggest that stuff like that stop after all this is over.
I'm in full agreement. But if they've already...
Which one?
If it's already been done, then use it.
Yeah, Rory will...
That's our goal. That might have been someone else.
Yeah, Rory will kind of be sarcastic of... Like, yeah, let's not have that happen. Which one?
Yeah, we've stopped way too many things that shouldn't have happened. One too many times.
Well, we can provide everyone can provide a list, and we can, deal with those again in the aftermath. Hello? Yes. Okay.
Okay, took me a second. I was like, what's that? Oh yeah, food.
Food! Glorious food!
Yeah, hyperspace fuel is not something to use as a weapon. Just saying.
That's the fault of the intelligence of the operative.
I wasn't going to say whose fault it was, but since you're wanting to go there, who's the one who did the bad job getting the operative that wanted to do that?
If a chef is
Person
given,
who
is given poor materials, there's only so much that person can do.
maybe brainwashing people and having them do bad things is not something you should try doing with poor resources, or any resources for that matter.
Nero will speak up. Is that what you're doing?
Him? Not anymore.
Sorry,
But Talon
these
loves it.
were interrupted by dinner.
We now bring you this brief message by food. You better read it. And also, stay hydrated. Have you drank your water today? Then you better.
I think that's your
But yes, the First Order likes doing that to people. Obviously, he's not with the First Order anymore. He's on their wanted list.
Eagle will speak up. I believe we are slightly getting off topic. If we start blaming one another, our best chances are just going to go up like the Death Star.
Which one?
The first one.
And the second one. But he does have a point.
Zesha will glance over, like, trying to look past Rory. She'll gesture towards Rory. Sparks, you want to move?
Is there something on the map I'm not seeing?
You're standing between her and Eagle,
Oh.
so she can't see him when he's talking.
Yeah. He'll like shift a little to the left, kind of like in the doorway.
I've always wondered what your involvement in this was to begin with. You're not even from here. You're from Canada. I would guess you're even further away than that.
Mr. Besta here pays him. Or his former governor, one of the two.
Eagle will just kind of look at his eyes somewhat narrowed, just to project a bit a sense of not being complacent.
Look at him try. It's adorable.
I was here at the rather strong-armed request of the former First Order, as my skills would be very useful in actually finding the Mandalorian, along with other issues, including parts of Taldarin's own plans. Press you'll like glance over to Fullstar. I told you not to have Taldarin investigated. And Bessie will just look back over to him. Yes, but I made the request anyway for your protection. as it turns out, I was right, my friend. He wasn't as loyal, well, as it appeared. Eagle continue talking after their short exchange. I'm also involved for a rather personal matter that I like to keep to myself. There's likely data in the archives that would answer my questions, and since I can no longer work my way up with trust to gain access, well, overthrowing a evil despot certainly isn't the worst thing I could do to also gain access to what I'm wanting. Though my own personal reasons aside, I will certainly be a force at least on par with our Mandalorian friend over here. And while I have no doubt that each of us in this room have our own strength that can't be guaranteed for the rest of the forces we're bringing to bear.
Yes, I can personally attest he's at least on par with me. Especially since I don't have any cranes handy this time.
And it looks like he did heal nicely. I remember seeing him when he was a mummy.
Better treatments would do that, but when would you have seen me in that state?
Think about it.
Congratulations, you have outed your secret identity.
He never actually saw my face.
You had a poncho, you didn't have the helmet then.
I'm not wearing the helmet now.
So yes, you have outed your secret identity.
Not really a secret, just I don't exist in the system.
Technically, you do exist in the system if you're one of their pathfinders.
True. True. But yes, I'm not wearing the helmet. It literally just takes them some effort and they could easily find me.
There we go. I don't know why it's not linked properly. Un momento. There we go.
Because the only people I've tried to hide from is people in the city. It's the only time I've actually hidden from people.
Well, isn't that interesting? But I'm sure you'll want to keep that to yourself. Speaking of the last time we saw each other, I would like to point out that the city's shielding system has been reinforced, specifically the emitters.
That is important information.
When I last checked, they were they become mostly enclosed, camouflaged, and protected with a particle shield. as they're projecting their own ray particle shields for the city. Energy weapons shouldn't be an issue unless people go on the inside anyway. But that way it's protected from bombs and mortar strikes.
I take it then you have an idea of where these emitters are located based on that statement?
I know where the emitters are. The issue would be destroying them. There's a much smarter way to go about this.
Taking the control center?
Control center is probably the Megalodon itself.
Zeshul.
That wouldn't be practical if they wanted to keep the city shielded while the Megalodon moves around.
Zeshul, speak up. No, your friend over there is right. From what little information I was able to get from Lashley, the Megalodon has been designed to work with this and presumably other shield systems. It's providing a boost to its protection. I'd imagine it would be as strong as what was it? Probably one of the larger Sinar World Shield models, with the Megalodon's assistance.
So if we want to keep the shield for the purposes of protecting the city after the fact, we need to try and disable the Megalodon.
Capture the
versus destroy it.
Well, unless you have some other means of projecting a shield over the city. I know it provides some protection by itself. You'd have to talk to Rain if you wanted the technical side of things. I just know it has more protection with its current implementation than it would without it.
So destroying the emitters would not be advisable.
Not if we want to keep the generator for later.
Eagle said, interesting that you mentioned generators. I was actually going to propose taking out, or at least taking control over the generators versus the emitters. I imagine that they would be less guarded than the control center itself for controlling the entire shield grid, and less fortified than the emitters themselves. If you're dealing with urbanscape, then all you have is troopers and walkers, which I'm sure the very intelligent Governor Teldarin would think would be enough, because at that point you have to first find out where they are, then breach the external defenses to begin with, which clearly the Maquis have already found a way to do.
I'm sorry, Tristan's laughing. Is like, I feel like I'm having Endor flashbacks. So you have to go take over this small, undermanned bunker over here to take down the shield generator.
That's because you are having it. Flashbacks.
Nobody will defend it because it's your location is its. Why is there an AT-AT here?
Where do those ATSTs? Wait, where was the AT-AT during the Battle of Endor? Where were you? I was elsewhere.
Tanya and Nira will exchange a glance, and Tanya will speak up. Oh, well, that is a good thought.
It's much easier than trying to board a
your connection to the
capital
server.
ship pyramid.
Connection to the server?
Sorry, what was that, Dimitri?
Well, the generators are a better option than trying to forcefully board an actively defended and patrolled floating pyramid. So...
Well, again, we probably still ought to at least, look at, again, ionizing it or something to bring it down.
Zeshul, speak up. I personally think we could take it over.
which, again, is what I was getting at.
If anything, last I heard, Leslie's still on board, and I have some questions for her. For instance, why side this strongly with Todari? What's her long-term goal? And why keep the rest of the family in the dark? What?
After an hour and a half, like a million tab refreshes / still close the tab, reopen tab, and closing the browser outright, I am finally in.
Woo!
2 hours later.
2 hours later.
Yeah,
An excruciating time
you can
amount
stare at this
later.
building as much as you want. Everybody is within my radius of fuck you.
Nero will pipe up. Okay, well, regardless, it sounds like that we're willing to form some kind of united body after this is over, and certainly willing to overthrow the major that's in charge of everything.
Yeah.
That being said, I think we can discuss the details of the plan, since we know how much resources that we all have to bring. I know that I have more city-based intelligence to bring. I know you, Fulsar, were suspecting that what do you call him? Taldar, this major guy, is using the abandoned buildings to turn a bit more of a fortress. I can confirm that that he's turned a number of the areas into a.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just setting up my lie detector for Pricier, Bestie, and Zesha.
Okay.
The perceptive telepathy. Because now that we're actually getting into details that might be used to fuck us, I'd like to make sure that they're not just going, yes, I'm taking notes, kill them all!
Yeah, I'm gonna say, am I allowed to tell them how stupid they are yet? Can I? Can I please?
No, we can't tell them how stupid they are.
They're playing ball, so obviously they're not as stupid as we thought.
Yeah. Also, Rory will take a moment as they're discussing everything to go outside for a little, within sight of people, make sure nobody's coming, and then come back in.
Okay. You can make a search roll if you'd like, then, to check around.
Dice! I need my
Rory,
dice!
doesn't have a will save.
I thought it did.
I can look. But
I thought it was perception, or as we've generally been doing it, will.
I will happily look. I want to say that was one of the few, at least with how I was using it, that didn't get a save.
No save for you. I just know all.
Well, that's the thing. It's not that I know all. It's I can feel emotions, and if I roll really well, surface thoughts. I'm basically a polygraph right now.
Will you start screeching if they lie?
If I screech, you mean shoot them in the face.
Yes, it'll be a screech.
No, he doesn't go, "You're lying!"
I'll pull that clip from Maury. The lie detector has determined.
The lie detector says your life is forfeit.
Very easy for friendly, non-resisting targets. If target resists, they do make a roll. Okay.
That is going to be 5, 15... that is going to be 26 for search.
Yeah, the game master must determine if the target is friendly or resistant.
Okay.
So I don't know if they have to know I'm doing it to resist, or
Okay. As for I'm taking Gander outside.
Mm-hmm.
You see. You see TIE fighter movements.
No.
In the distance, it looks like there's a circular patrol, a concentric circular patrol forming from the megalodon, but that's a number of kilometers away.
Is it within the normal type patterns we've seen, or is this like they're looking for something specific?
Yeah, that was about to be my question.
So you've actually been sending people inside the city for scouting purposes.
Yeah. And we also have our drones in the city still.
Oh, right, you do. Okay, I'll just answer them.
Which hopefully will warn us, because there might be some in the area that are our eyes versus their eyes, so we might have eyes around here.
Thank you for the reminder. I totally forgot you had that.
Hmm?
In which case, Creatures of Rising Dawn became slightly less useful.
We only have like 20. The Rising Dawn is still incredibly useful. And the Rising Dawn can get places our little floating security cameras can't.
That's true. But that being said,
like inside people's houses.
The detailed, the kind of detailed patrol they're doing now, it seems to happen at random intervals. If there is a purpose to it, then only the commanders really know. Unless you want to put Tandy on projecting why it would be seemingly random.
So the point is, don't panic yet.
Yeah, my figuring is that it's random just because they know the Maquis is watching.
Mm-hmm. Phrase like that sounds like we're the bad guys.
Are we?
I mean, depending on perspective, we are.
Yeah, we're trying to guarantee gun rights and universal health care. We're the worst of both worlds.
I don't know. Teldoran is pretty definitively the bad guy. From going so far as work or die, or you're just loyal. Go become a stormtrooper now.
I never know these days. We're in the era of canceled vegetables and trying to spin Emperor Palpatine as the hero.
Through a different reason than the Vong?
No, just the Vong.
People can't use it anymore. Don't they know that's decanonized?
I was just citing that as an example of the world we live in, where that kind of thing has been tried, where we took the evil desperate and tried to make him the hero. I mean,
see, that works for some people, not for everyone. Shiva side.
I'm just saying, if we can try to spin Palpatine as the hero, it's not that hard to spin that's Teldarin.
Not wrong.
He hasn't even gone full Ironwood yet, and Ironwood's still the hero. I mean,
freaking.
Because if we also think about it from the perspective of the government, he's doing the right thing because he's trying to maintain order.
Oh yeah, no. I get the various perspectives here. If you wanted to play Gray, we could.
I'm not trying to play Gray. That's a different game. I just want my right to arm bears with bare hands, and my right to free dental. I know this is heresy.
And I would like a house that can keep out the rain.
Yeah, see? These are all very reasonable demands.
In terms of Star Wars position of technology and everything, yes it is.
Concerning you, Mando, Price here is looking forward to the idea of reclaiming his previous position as, shall we say, administrator of the city.
We finished the takeover when we find out all he wanted all this time was just to get his orthopedic office chair back.
You know what? No, I can
yes,
believe
my
that. It's
office.
like, I just want to be a bureaucrat. Let me be a bureaucrat. I won't care.
He's trying to get back to that Corellia
No, it's like
whiskey left
he
hidden in his
specifically.
desk.
No, he wants to go back because it's like, so what's so important that you brought me to your office? I wanted you, after all our hardships and such, I feel you should have a privilege to sit, should for 1 minute sit in my therapeutic chair. You're kidding. This is what I've always wanted. How is it? Oh, it's like sitting on a cloud. Mm-hmm.
It's like a back to jail chair.
It's like wars are fought over this fucking chair.
And this is why I was a bureaucrat.
I mean, technically, so we're actually Game of Thrones, except we're instead of fighting over the least comfortable chair ever invented, we're fighting over the most comfortable chair ever invented.
This is no ordinary.
The chair has its own inertial dampener.
This is no ordinary leather. This is leather from the now extinct Vasheta Vata on the extinct planet of Vespa.
Actually, knowing Disney, it's probably made of Wookiee
no.
leather.
Oh, you see, what? When I do it, it's outrageously funny. When Disney does it, they overdo it. From False RK Bestie, his mind is very, very guarded. You're getting a sense of more cold calculation from the standpoint of things are things are assets, that a lot of spy kind of thinking, with the exception of Pricer, which you're getting more of a sense that he has a genuine connection to, and is feeling, how do I phrase it? Because you're more picking up emotion than thought.
Concern.
It's not so much doubt. Yeah. Concern that his friend is doing what he thinks he's doing. He has doubt whether they're on the same page, but for the moment is choosing to have faith that they are.
Hence why he's called Lieutenant Bestie.
Is it?
So what you're saying is, I can't trust him. He'll gladly break any promise and watch me die. But he can. I am assured he will act in his own self-interest, which at this time involves cooperation and benefit.
Yes.
I think the complicated answer is yes.
Zesha, beyond her, do whatever you want, I don't care exterior, is genuinely concerned about the idea of the Rayor family being fractured further than they already are. And there is a distrust of Leslie due to the fact that Leslie has been intentionally keeping them in the dark more than usual.
Leslie's actually a fallen. Wait.
Wrong game. But totally appropriate. She has fallen from her high horse.
And if need be, she is willing to excise her if her follow through is going to basically cause another event that Sparks was talking about. Though she wouldn't admit, some of that openly.
She has to maintain that tough exterior after all.
So she's Cornelia.
Because for the Rior.
That name's
What?
so familiar.
Code Chaos. I was like, no, I'm really not the horrible villain you thought you were. I really came to Japan to investigate the death of my best friend, Lelouch's mother, who I was a bodyguard for and I failed. I just pretend to be the asshole to get what I... And the second I find out what really happened, I will happily switch sides, because fuck that guy.
It's like, wait, you're offering me to switch sides? Yep. Oh, thank God! I've been waiting for this moment for years.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that was so sad.
Dang it! Say what?
Code Chaos joke.
So sad.
He's like, don't crit fail your fake mind around her sister or she'll kill all the Japanese.
Ooh.
She would.
Because that's how that series went.
Oh yeah.
Totally full on dark.
It's like
No break.
it's like you didn't word that quite right, did you? You didn't. Sucks to be you.
Sucks to be you.
I must have been playing Mythic. Remember that Nat 1 I banked 6 hours ago in the session? Yeah.
Actually, I believe in the show is more akin to crap that was on.
That's exactly what it was.
How do I turn my mind control off?
Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Clearly at this point, the foundation. This is me speaking meta as a GM. Clearly at this point, kind of the foundation is kind of being said. Is there any particular topics people are wanting to discuss? If swayed, Kane could bring in forces from the mainline, which will clearly kind of extend your timetable a bit because there'll need to be time to see what can be brought and then time for it to actually get here.
Well, I'd like to base that particular decision on the follow-up meeting to this with all the island faction leaders to see how long they need, because those timelines may coincide. And that will also tell us whether we need Kane's forces. Unless she has an idea of what Kane could, like a loose idea of what she thinks he could rustle up that may or may not be useful.
Okay.
I was just saying, bringing in resources from the mainland, that could mean anything. They can bring in 4,000 inflatable rafts. That's a resource. I mean, it's like, what kind of resources are you thinking when you say that?
Yeah, and then Rory could be like, "Oh yeah, those guys. We can do without them."
And it's like, we're kind of playing Settlers Catan here. I don't need more wood. What are you actually talking about when you say I can give you a resource?
You know what? We're gonna load wood into the catapults and light it on fire since you keep carrying all that.
I mean, if you want to give us more Vespine gas, that'd be great. We always need that, apparently. And pylons and supply depots, but...
I want the fancy ones to see into the ground.
I want to see the pulses come up. I love seeing it.
Okay. Any questions or concerns concerning, I believe they were dubbed the Exiles?
So far, the Exiles seem to be willing to play ball. So... I like
to tell them about the tunnel and the drones.
But...
Okay. Are you willing to use their human resources?
What do you think, guys? Do we want to use the mind-controlled people since they're already programmed anyway? I'm leaning towards, if they're going to go off anyway, they might as well go off for us, but let's make sure that they don't get killed so they can get deprogrammed. It's like, can we use them for things that doesn't involve suicide bombing?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, Rory is kind of like, brainwashing.
That's kind of a morality question, which is why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, because it is very, because as it's probably makes sense. Rory is like, yeah, the means are just as important as the ends.
Yeah, which is why that's like, I'm not thrilled by the idea, but if they've already been fucked up anyway, we don't want to, have that mindfuckery, be meaningless.
Though if they do have sleeper status, then if they're never activated,
True. Well, if they're never
They
activated,
might
the
be our
odds of them,
enemy.
if they're never activated, the odds of them just getting shot out and killed on the battlefield goes up.
true, because then they're regular soldiers.
Right. It's like their odds of survival are actually higher.
If we activate.
As I feel like if we activate them, we can put them to use in a way that does not cause them that does not use them as suicide bombers, being like opening doors or whatever, so we can get in, and then we can
Or
get them
directly
deprogrammed.
fighting us, which will lead to death.
Yeah, when we get them if they survive, and get them deprogrammed. Whereas if we don't activate them, they will probably be leading squads and trying to kill us, and we won't know which one's which, and they'll probably just get gunned down.
Yeah.
So their survival feels like it goes up if we actually trigger them, provided that we don't trigger them in a way that's intended to get them killed.
Yeah. It activates them, lets them do their thing, and hypothetically make it to the next day, whereas they'll probably keep serving the first star and all
And
that.
I agree it's squeaky, but I feel like they're more likely to be savable, and thus we can try to and that way that what they went through is entirely pointless.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll activate them carefully.
As a careful activation near nothing that explodes.
We will bring the Badger and specifically make sure that they have programming of avoid any red barrels.
We won't even activate them near a microwave and a hot pocket. This is
Aluminum foil in a microwave? No.
and we definitely won't activate them anywhere near a microwave and some popcorn.
Okay. The Rising Dawn's resources is the fact that they have effectively embedded people that are a part of the remaining populace doing their job and are not suspected of being sympathizers yet. So they could be used for either information or like ambush tactics.
Or both.
So what we were doing earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they think they could be used to get the remaining civilians out of the city if we give them access to the satellite
Yeah, I'd prioritize having them get people out over using them as the other two options.
Well, the other two options are during the battle. That getting people out would be during the prep. In theory.
Yeah.
Because I hope we're not still evacuating once the shooting starts.
You could use them that way. If depending on when you do it, though, you could tip off that something is about to happen.
Well, if we give them a timetable on when the battle's in theory going to start, we can work with them to pace it in a way that doesn't seem any more suspicious than they already are.
Well, I was just pointing out the fact that if you're moving people, that could be detectable.
Well, in theory, we haven't stopped moving people, so they're already aware something weird is...
True. And again, this also depends on how long you guys are willing to wait. Because if you're doing it, say, in 3 weeks, that's a different pacing.
Right, and that's why I said, it's like, once we have an idea what the timeline is, we can work with them to set up a pacing that does not look any weirder than it has, but with them having access to the network, that we can in theory move people more efficiently than we have been, where they've kind of been having to hand them off to us and then we do it.
Yeah.
It'll also allow us to more efficiently do what we had been doing of trying to supply them, since we don't have to leave shit in alleys and shit and hope they find it.
Yeah. They also have access to the recently deployed quote-unquote rapid response motor pools.
Okay.
In the form of being, technicians and things that and things of that nature.
So, sabotage.
Yeah. Basically, while the Maquis have been using the tunnels for scouting, the Rising Dawn can be used to actually implement sabotage and espionage tactics because Fred's been there for 5 years.
Cool. We unlocked the espionage tab in Civilization. Time to secretly switch everybody over to Windows Vista.
Yes, I want to. Yes, I want to start the genocide tab. I don't need help with that.
Replace all their clippies with badgies.
Oh fuck. Eagle, of course, brings, well, hero unit soldier levels into play. I'm looking at his stats here. Damn, I forgot that was that high. Yep. Gotcha. Yeah, so pretty much he would be a boon to whatever, attack group he is with. Let's see. The Exiles, as I mentioned, human resources. But outside of human resources...
Also a certain degree of knowledge.
I was about to bring that up. Bestie has a functional idea of first order encryption. While I know that Crow has some knowledge,
as is Tandy.
As is Tandy. I don't think you have like dice in first order encryption, as for instance. So he'd be able to basically, like for instance, he probably would be could he'd be good at getting into any like secured area by bypassing systems. He also has a strategic mindset which could be used to bolster the larger battlefield dice. But obviously, if he's in the field breaking through things, he can't be in his strategist role. Price here believes that if he were to basically gain access to where any like officer versus troop people are, that he could sway them to stop what they're doing, or at the very least cause them to pause.
Okay.
But that's more of a practical thing. He just believes that he'll be able to.
There's no proof, in fact, one way or the other. He just thinks he can do it.
Yeah. Because his methodology hasn't been iron fist as Tildard. So he's basically banking on relationships. His most use would actually be after all this is over.
Yeah, so he's good for cleanup.
As for what Kane can provide, Zesha will suggest giving her a standard week to try to get to try to sway Ken.
And in that time, she can't give us an idea of what she thinks he might be able to.
If Kane is as connected as he flaunts, well, he doesn't really flaunt it, as he has mentioned, then you would then have the ability to say he could cause localized communication disruption by basically calling in a favor for a Rayor to that's in a position of, say, global communications hub to destabilize outbound communications for the island.
Okay, you see that? So things that actually are potentially really, really valuable.
Excuse me. He doesn't believe, or rather, Zesha believes that Kane can't do anything like manipulate direct assets here, like, say, the Megalodon.
Right.
However, in terms of, again, mainland stuff, You'd be looking at. I'm kind of thinking here. She is suspecting, and this may change when she actually talks to him. There are. My brain's just kind of going through various things right now. 1 second. Okay. Get various transports that can be used as, say, troop transports, and could initially ferry over supplies like the ability to quickly set up medical tents for like battlefield operations. Basically, a lot of the resources that he would bring that she believes he can bring to bear are things that would affect the larger larger fields, so battlefield stuff. It would essentially affect when I do my dice roll stuff. Though things like manipulating communication or disrupting communication is rather useful right there.
Yeah.
She also believes that he could divert shipments meant for the air base to other locations, so starfighters, atmospheric fighters, various supplies. She doubts that he'd be able to bring things like mercenaries unless he's better than she believes he is.
Okay.
That also means he could theoretically bring in things like first order armor.
Which I need right now.
I know this is kind of like a lot of information,
Yeah.
but do you guys, now that I've mentioned more stuff, have any particular questions? I know you still have to discuss things with like the Sotal and such.
Yeah. But it sounds like he's potentially bringing in really, really useful stuff. So I'm inclined to give her that week. Probably have at least a week anyway while we get everybody else together.
That way, get a better idea of what he's bringing and all that.
They're gonna bring it by plot.
Be right back.
Okay, so I'm willing to give that week. Oh, open the wrong. There we go. Okay. 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 So, last call for questions for this group.
I think we're good.
Okay. How are you going to be keeping communications?
I guess we're issuing PTPs.
Okay.
Which will answer some of False Star's questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
What Pulsar question?
If we're issuing them PTPs, that's going to answer some of False Star's questions about how we've been communicating.
Oh.
I mean, how much do we really want to tell him about the tunnels, about the droids?
Well, I mean, just by issuing the PTPs at all, it's like that, he'll instantly know, like, oh, that's what you've been doing.
And then internally, he's just staring at, like,
I mean, we did say they're pretty fucking stupid with how much they haven't noticed.
Okay. As far as the Sotal are concerned, they no, the Sotal and the theme. Again, with the unification of their society pretty much having been codified, for lack of a better term, they're in a much better position to efficiently operate. That being said, given given 2.5 weeks, you could get. These all are definitely willing to gain peace and prosperity, just so they can continue with the new culture and not being stuffed underfoot. And many of them do also remember the long siege of their main hidden city. They don't like that very much. So, given 2.5 weeks, they could give. Looking at. They're wanting to maintain some of that for defenses, so you're looking at 300 Sotal warriors, 50 Sotal infiltrators. Catheme is definitely willing to devote comic-capable hunters to this. So you're looking at 50 hunters, basically decked out for more combat than hunting. In addition, from the Sotal, they have been continuing construction of the various military assets, which has only been accelerating as they've been able to work more effectively and not be entangled with the idea of changing societal strata.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at 3 extra complete land battleships, 2 are nearly done, and about 3 squadrons of fighters, which they would have 3 squadrons of fighters, and about 70 walkers.
Oh shit.
But that'll require 2.5 weeks to surreptitiously ship.
So currently looking at a roughly 3-week delay, sounds like.
Yeah.
Which so far doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah. If your guys are willing to immediately wait that week for Zesha to try to get Kane, so to get a better idea of what his resources are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I do have a question. This and I guess it would apply to everyone. Are you guys wanting to do anything in particular to assist some aspect of this, whether it's assisting Zaysha trying to convince Kane or any of the other resources that you guys have at your disposal?
I don't know. What do you think, guys?
I'm not against assisting, but at the same time, we have our own preparations to do.
Well, what preps do you?
Well-
What preps do the player characters think they actually need to be there for, versus just saying it needs to get done?
Plus, it's like, how would we help? Because, like, to help convince Kane, I imagine it's basically helping Zaysha come through, like, okay, this is the avenue of attack I can use to convince him to be on the side, right? Something like that.
Yeah, that's what you're wanting to do. Yeah, that's the method that you're wanting to use. That was actually my first thought, but I never doubt the creativity of my players. So. I've had people come up with crazy ideas before.
I don't have anything specific. Kane really isn't my bag of tea. And with having the Rising Dawn, plus all of our lovely droids, scouting has already been done. The only things we don't know is their encryption, their traffic, like their comms traffic, their encrypted traffic. We don't know where the generator is, but assuming that Lieutenant Bestie decides to make good on what he can do, we'll already know that by the time everything else is ready. In addition to that, with 3 weeks of time, we should be able to get all the people out without having to use our own resources outside of what we've already been doing to get it done.
Yeah.
So I don't see anything specifically that we would need to be involved in outside of maybe Sparks here going with Zaysha to convince Kane. Because I don't think he'll care about trying to work with the Mando, but having a people person and Sparks be there to try to convince him that this is what is right for the people and for the family would probably be better overall. But otherwise, I feel like there isn't too much more we can actually influence.
I think one thing we could, we could also try getting the Rising Dawn agent some better equipment.
Well, we certainly have the resources to do that.
Personally, I was thinking of just removing them from the equation, let them get the people out and give us the information and leave it at that.
Well, yeah, it's just, but they might need stuff too, just in case.
And, well, we don't know how big they actually are, but, so their manpower is potentially incredibly useful on the ground.
True.
But yeah, as for convincing Kane, I don't know how Rory feels about, like, actually talking to Kane, because that's like, oh, he's still conflicted about how to deal with his family.
Yeah.
I mean, if you throw Dimitri at it, Demetrius is going to be a callous asshole, pointing out that their family's a bunch of idiots.
Oh, believe me, I know. Rory knows. And Rory is very much like, yeah, yes, they are.
No,
There's still blood, though.
No, yeah,
And-
I mean, if Rory
Which is
doesn't feel
why-
comfortable sticking himself out that much, that's completely up to him.
Yeah, nobody's forcing anybody to do anything.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I said, if anything, the best person to convince a family is the family. Whether or not he wants to admit it, he doesn't have to, but he at least understands their line of thinking better than Dimitri ever could. And basically, my job's been done because of the Rising Dawn and the droids. So I can't really contribute to the prep time.
I actually say you could, because hypothetically you can come up with routes for them to escape out of.
But
And
we already have that
getting an
tunnel.
idea of the defenses that are actually around those bunkers we need to look at.
Oh,
Yeah.
at the emitters. Yeah, we don't have tunnels to the emitters. You're right. Well, I found all the emitters beforehand.
Well, it's not the
anyways.
emitters that we're talking about finding. It was the control whatever.
Um, Eagle mentioned the idea of going after the generators, powering them. Zisha believes we
Right.
could just directly go to the Megalodon to try to take that out because it is a key point in the shielding network.
If we remove power, the shields go down. If we take over the Megalodon, the shields are now in our control directly. If we ionize the Megalodon, the shields become weaker, if not disabling the shielding system itself. So all are valid targets. The other option, with 3 weeks of lead time, we could theoretically just tunnel to all of the emitters and set seismic charges to collapse the ground beneath the emitters.
Yeah, you could take extra time to make new tunnel networks to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no existing tunnels under the current emitter placements.
But by the sound of it, we don't even need to worry about the emitters. What we're trying to go after is the generator, which would be in the city, which is the purview of the security droids in Rising Dawn.
Yeah.
Or if we're going after a Megalodon, well, it's a giant floating pyramid. We all know where that's sitting at currently.
Well, ideally, I'd like to capture the Megalodon because it sounds like it would have future use.
According
Oh,
to
absolutely.
according to the depot data files, the Megalodon project is to assist in planetary occupations.
Yeah.
So it will have things like equipment best used to effectively coordinate large security forces. It has defenses unto itself, and according to the information, it is in fact mobile. It could say if a city has served its use, it could a Megalodon could shift over to a different region to assume control.
Which is kind of why I want it. I feel like it'd be incredibly useful when we get to the mainland.
Oh, I agree with you. It will be useful. I'm not saying we destroy the Megalodon. I'm just saying our 3 avenues of approach is to target the emitters, target the generator powering the emitters, or target the Megalodon. We're going to the Megalodon anyways, because that's probably where Taldarin is. So that's going to happen either way. The end result is whether or not we take it or it gets destroyed in the aftermath is the question. Going after the generators would be useful for allowing our forces that are outside to not have to use the choke points that are the tunnels, or have to somehow overpower what is effectively a planetary shield at that point, which is probably still doable for us anyways, but it would cause damage to the shield network, which we don't want to do. Or we target the emitters, which will damage the shield network, which could theoretically be useful to us in the future. So our options are destroy the generators, destroy the emitters, or take control of the Megalodon / disable the Megalodon.
after the first week, which is when you'd be getting the information concerning Zesha and Kane, Satellite 1 is operational.
Huzzah! I'm really going to shoot ourselves in the foot. What if we have Bestie work with Tandy and the Megalodon plans to figure out how to actually take the Megalodon?
Oh man, you're going to expose him to Tandy? Oh man.
Well, I mean, it's a thought. I'm floating it to the party.
I don't disagree with it. If we keep him in a controlled environment, then he's an analyst. He would probably be the best suited person to use Tandy.
That was my thought, yeah.
So yeah, I'm totally for it, as long as we don't let him get too close to the controls. Without us being there.
Okay. Is that something everyone's in agreement with?
Sounds like it.
Okay. In which case, I am increasing the Maquis battlefield strength by 5 dice.
Damn.
In addition to that, since we're exposing him to Tandy, we might as well just tell him everything at this point, if he doesn't already know it from Tandy. So he's fully aware of the situation, and we make full use of his analyst capabilities.
Well, keep in mind, as a member of a branch of intelligence, once he sees the components that Tandy is made out of, he may know exactly how powerful Tandy is.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he is well aware of everything that Tandy can and will do.
But I was also talking about the other aspects of our system,
Oh,
of what we have,
yeah,
so that
the soldier
he
network.
can do things like the
Yeah,
fact
so,
that we
well, by
have
virtue
a
of bringing him in with Tandy, Tandy will make him aware of what we have because that's part of her programming.
Okay, so you're just inherently saying he has full knowledge of what we're capable of.
Unfortunately, it's a calculated risk.
Honestly, I'm not even against it because the fact that he knows we have Tandy, the moment he's not within working with us, he knows that even if we have Tandy and he knows what we had at that point in time, we have Tandy. He knows we can change things and also deal with how they do things just as quickly.
Wait a second, then also... Is Tandy still on the battleship or back at Argos?
No, she's back at Argo.
Ah.
She got moved a while back.
In which case you would then be aware of Argo and know just how close you guys have been.
Well, yeah, like I said, we're in for a penny.
He has access to Tandy. He now knows everything.
Nice.
So
I'm not exactly thrilled, but it does seem to be the smart play, as it were.
It also shows that we've been in a position to completely ruin his life for a very long time. So, I wouldn't say it's a... We're not threatening him, but it makes it aware that we were in a position to do a lot of damage but chose not to. And instead work with him. Does that make sense?
It also shows him how, as of now at least, how unparanoid Taldarin actually was.
How close to reality Taldarin was without realizing. That's actually a good point. I want to know his reaction. So yeah. Lieutenant Bessie probably has had his mind opened.
I imagine that his expression would... He would, like, try his damnedest to keep his expression schooled, but inside of his head, he'd be like...
Son of a bitch.
It's like, Griff is this. They have... They have a strategic battle center. They have a base right outside that can make and deploy fighters and stow vehicles. How have we not found this place yet? They have assets in Canada. They seemingly have assets in Talus. They have salvage from the Aquarian naval base.
How the fuck did we miss all this?
What did they
Oh,
get?
it gets better. He would realize that we're in control of a CIS base in Deepwell.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh god, yeah!
What did they get? Well,
At which point, who would be with him as the chaperone for the initial?
I would.
For the initial.
I feel like we all want to see this, so.
I'm so would be there. I want to see his reaction.
Are you still receptive to telepathy at that point?
Probably. I figure either Crow or Sky is with him, as often as possible to keep the receptive telepathy going in some capacity.
Okay. In that case, as if the Mando was there, I would need a roll from Mando, since that would be a completely separate instance.
Yeah. Which means I'm at full dice again. Haha. 6 on the power.
Mwahaha.
22.
Oh, nice. Are there any ones in here? Nope, got the opposite of ones. Awesome. Okay.
No, excuse me.
He is. Okay, first off, his external expression. He actually, visibly takes a few steps back. And his eyes kind of go. They go slightly wider as he's, just taking in all of this extra information. And he is visibly managing his features, he can't hide the fact that he's hiding facts. Even to the point that there is a bit of genuine concern, kind of like he's a wolf going into a den of smaller wolves. So it's okay, yeah, but I'm the big bad wolf, and then suddenly he encounters a dire wolf. That kind of he had no idea that your resources had expanded so much.
I'm just sitting here watching this, eating popcorn. This is what I was waiting for.
Problem.
His
this is good.
His hand actually shakes for a few moments. This'll do nicely. As for the Mando, you are actually detecting bits of panic. You get the sense that whatever amount of for lack of a better term, backup plans in terms of again, you're just getting emotion. So you're getting the sense that a number of plans he had in his head now will no longer work. So it's he's kind of rapidly going through. Okay, wow. Okay, can't do that. Can't do that. Can't.
I was gonna
that.
fuck them, but fuck.
It's that wouldn't work. And you're just kind of getting the sense that he's mentally trying to find in his head some kind of contingency that he can last on to for comfort, basically, because he's trying to feel if no matter how things go, he will ultimately have the upper hand. And a number of those alternatives just are no longer viable. You did not beat him enough to actually delve into his memories. That being said, I don't think that I can really...
I don't need to delve into his memories. I just need to worry. I'm worried about his current state.
Well, it's more like I can't give you the details of whatever his plans were.
Well, again, I don't care what they were. I just care that he's been thoroughly abashed of them.
After a few moments, though, you do get a sense that he has found, not a few moments, a few minutes, that he has found something of comfort that he is considering, kind of like a plan F or a plan J. Like, it's down. It's like it's down there.
I feel like I'd pipe up at this point, seeing this reaction over the course of a few minutes. Isn't it great that your best friend is wanting to work with us?
It starts like a little dry. Jared knows what he's doing. I'm sure he'll make everything right once everything is said and done.
Well, just remember this. Since you see everything, you know what we've been capable of doing. But with your help, you'll make things a lot more effective since you're a very intelligent analyst.
Oh yes, I can certainly make this work even better, since I'll be talking on within the same league as this droid here. He's very handy.
I just hope that you will see us as equals and not try to go back on things. Because cooperation is, after all, the best course going forward.
For those that have their helmets on...
That doesn't sound sinister at all.
For those that have their helmets on...
I'm trying to sound sinister.
Tandy will project a text of... It's like, ellipses, do I have to work with this guy?
Well, Tandy, of all people, should know that her odds are way better working with the guy than not.
But do I have to?
Well, that's the thing. She said, do I have to? Not should I. Not will I.
You get a sense that maybe she was on some level offended.
Oh yes, offend Skynet. That'll be it.
Oh dear lord, that's a good point. Tandy is effectively Skynet.
I know. I am well aware of what I have unleashed.
Oh dear lord. Actually, this wasn't you unleashing it.
No, I'm the one who put her together into her current form.
Yeah, that's true. Technically, she was just a database of information. You put a droid brain attached to that database.
I'm 4 people between sessions talking to me about, like, what plans they have for things. Like, for instance, like, even Sparks and the R-Wing.
But, yeah, besides not trying to sound sinister at all, thank you for reminding me of that, Tristan. It's more of just stressing that cooperation and working together is the best way to lead to a peaceful and prosperous solution.
Oh, trust me, now I know where I stand on things.
And to imagine, we only started with, what, 5 of us? Is that correct, Tristan?
4.
Oh, yeah, 4 of us. And just to imagine, it was only 4 of us who got this whole thing started. Hmm.
I guess with all the concern about the mainland, the smaller land masses weren't being given enough attention.
Oh yeah, that was totally the problem, not the fact that we were just stealing everything that wasn't nailed down.
We were literally stealing everything that wasn't down.
Hell, that first base, I think we did take some stuff that was nailed down too.
Oh yeah, when we first raided the airbase. Oh yeah, we totally.
No, I'm talking
sat
about
there
the Black
and
Ops base.
Oh yeah, we did that there too.
I know at the airbase we had so much time left over that we were like, you know what? How tight are those nails? If it's tight nails, we're leaving it. If it's loose,
You want a wrench do something?
well, that was just because they kept rolling so goddamn badly.
For Zesha and Kane, who's gonna be with Zesha when she kind of reports back?
Ideally, I'd like Rory in there for that because he knows them best. But I'm not going to force the issue if he doesn't feel up to it.
No, he'll go because
I know you're not happy about it, but
it is what it is. Something to work on.
Zesha will convene a meeting with you guys, and it will actually include Kane himself. Zesha will in the where are you guys gonna want to meet? At the Rising Dawn base, or
sure, assuming they're willing to host.
Yeah, they're willing to host.
All right. I just don't want to volunteer other people's bases if they're not down with it, you know.
I mean,
respect.
It's like, yeah.
I'm trying to respect my allies, yeah. I did them the courtesy of showing me my base, but that doesn't mean I want them, hosting keggers there. At least without giving me a heads up.
Yeah! Okay, then wish it'll be back at the bar. Zesha will have we'll have a drink, and it's like, looks like Kane and I have a bit more in common than I thought when he's not talking crazy. And she'll take a drink of look like some kind of light spirits. Kane himself will not be partaking in any drink. He will, however, be partaking in crisps.
I miss crisps. I can't eat them for another month.
Why can't you eat crisps?
Because I just had a root canal and I have a temporary filling in that says I can't eat anything crunchy until they put in the crown.
Oh, that sucks. But
But
hey,
I'd rather have that than not have the tooth anymore. So
exactly.
which was the other option. It's just nothing sticky, nothing crunchy. It's like I can live with that. It's just annoying.
Kane will look a little perturbed. I am not talking crazy. Just will look at him. Kane will more meekly narrow his eyes at Zesha as if he's attempting to exert some kind of sense of command, which Zesha doesn't even. She considers him kind of a puppy in terms of a comparison to herself. So she's not very threatened by it, but Kane will continue. Well, I can pull enough family favors to disrupt outbound planetary communications. So if there is any patrol in orbit, we shouldn't have the issue of any kind of orbital bombardment or orbital reinforcements.
Well, that's a huge asset right there.
I can also have several first order supply shipments diverted, including hardened Duraweave tents if you're wanting to set up triage centers.
Probably should be ready for that.
I can't guarantee it, but I could. I might be able to. I need to. Zesha will. There'll be a pop as Zesha like removes the adult beverage bottle from her mouth. Remember, you're saving the city and the family. Don't be holding back now. Kane will look at her. I just don't want to owe him any favors. Zesha will kind of chuckle. That sounds like your problem. Kane will turn his attention away from Zesha and more towards Sparks. If I get Urashk the contact information to one of my other friends, then I might be able to get the same kind of holographic masking technology that's been used here to conceal things like the emitter sites. We can at least use them to erect fake walls if we have any surreptitious movements that large groups are wanting to do.
I'm sure that's on the books somewhere.
I can get weapon supplies, and if I talk to Sildas, I might be able to get the excuse me. Look these guys up. Nope, wrong group. I might be able to get the GRS involved.
GRS? Out of character?
You haven't heard of it.
Rory will ask, and what did they do?
Godal's Righteous Smugglers, you haven't heard of them?
What was it? Godal's Righteous Smugglers?
Godal's Righteous Smugglers.
Oh, that's an
That's an
interesting name.
With that particular name, has Rory ever heard of it? History now?
No,
History
it's
now,
the
I
first
guess?
time that you've heard of these guys.
Never heard of them.
From when I've talked to the mainland, they've been a thorn in Kokoe's side. As I understand it,
Okay.
they're a
Okay side? Was that? Did I hear that?
Kokoe. It's he's referring to a city in the mainland.
Ah, Kokoi.
It looks like, from what I've heard anyway, they're taking. just decided not to be anti-conformist.
Sounds like potentially worthwhile people to approach.
Um, whenever I've talked to my cousins about them, how was it? How did she phrase it? Good people for a reasonable rate.
Hmm.
I know they have some kind of tricked out vessel. Aside from it being a modified small ship, I haven't heard much much about it beyond they've been helping people who can pay them enough. But if I can get in touch with them, they'll have at least an extra competent team to help you.
Mm-hmm.
They give me a bit more time. I might be able to find Rondo. Zesha will roll her eyes at that. So here we go with the crazy talk now.
What did he say? Londor?
Rondo.
Rondo.
Are you sure it wasn't Lando?
Do you have any body language that's kind of like huh? Or are you trying to school your body language?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, yes, I will be schooling my body language.
Okay. In that case, can I get a like a con roll to school your body language?
Well, too. This is well. Hey.
Dimitri's just going to be busy with the hunters.
Are you putting them through more training, or are you just kind of just helping them out in a more general sense?
Just in a more general sense, and just until I'm told that I need to do other things.
Gotcha.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out is who's going to be needed where.
And let me phrase it. I'll be with a specific hunter.
Gotcha.
Giggity.
24.
Oh shit.
Woo!
Zesha won't catch the kind of part of the language, the non-verbal question mark. Kane, however, freaking A. One second. Oh, I forgot I already gave him a sheet. Like, that has other skills in it.
Who knows? Maybe since Triss got on, I can hypothetically get on too. Let me see.
You know what the best part would be of this whole thing? Is now you know a name for your crazy tiger hallucination thing that happened so long ago? That's what he calls it.
Kane will look at you and be like, Ignore her, but Rondo Del Reor. You can make a knowledge roll if you'd like.
Would knowledge Zenti help in this case?
Um,
Since scholar.
Actually, yes. And correct me if I'm wrong. Rory was with what group? Because I know when you've described him, you described him as like what, loyalists and traditionalists.
It was more. Rory was on the. Rory and his family were on the side of like sticking with Zenti, or essentially they were imperialist.
Okay.
So I guess traditional. I don't know. I never really did come up with a good what would be a good way, but he was on the side of like he was part. It was half the reason he ran.
Yeah. Okay.
So the answer is you were a separatist. You didn't want to be a part of the Galactic Republic.
Well, no, it wasn't the Galactic Republic. It's just that we wanted to remain Zenti. We wanted to remain independent.
Uh-huh.
No, separatist implies you want to separate. They didn't want to separate. They were fine being there.
13.
13. Okay, given your background and the fact that you're also using a specialization, that is actually enough.
It was your father.
Especially with the...
No, my father was Dorn. What was I can't remember his last name, but it was Dorn. His first name. Yeah.
There you go. It's in the Roll20 chat. For those who can't look at the chat, a traditionalist who uses his resources to fund mercenaries in a proxy resistance against the First Order at the start of the occupation. The other, and I use the other to refer to the ones that were the ones like Zaysha who were supporting the First Order, eventually broke Rondo's economic
Yes,
control
supply lines at Kaldas.
He then Rondo Del Reor then rallied together in a more active uprising at the Hera uprising before his uprising was shattered when he was presumably killed on the eastern peninsula of the mainland. As far as people are concerned, and as far as any records that you may or may not have seen, this person is dead. Zesha seemingly is like, "You crazy, he's dead," and Kane's like, "No, I don't believe that."
Yeah, it's like
He's a hero of the
it's like
rebellion. I'm not
Dorn
gonna believe
Bell.
he's
It's
dead until I
like
see a corpse.
it's like so it's like Rory will it's like take a moment, like look away, like I heard he was dead.
And you say that aloud?
Yes.
Okay. It's actually like, exactly.
Actually, good question. Did they ever find a body?
There were remains attributed to Rondo Del Reor.
Attributed but not confirmed. Yeah, well.
I'm telling
never
you,
did.
give me a couple extra weeks and I could find something.
Oh, so far we're at what, 3 weeks? And that's before having the big meeting?
Well, it was
Yes.
three. It was a total of 3.5 weeks to get like the yeah, the Sotol and everything like in position.
Hmm. Right.
Like brought over from their main city.
Right. So our current timeline is saying 3.5 weeks.
Yes, and if you're wanting,
And that timeline will probably adjust after, when we have the big meeting.
yeah, if you're wanting mainland stuff, you're looking at 3 days if you want to be risky. Another week if it wants to be done properly. He's wanting a week. He's essentially wanting 2 weeks on top of the 3.5 weeks in order to follow through with what he believes to be true.
Okay, so we're looking at 5 weeks currently if we give him what he wants.
Yeah. Now, him drawing in resources from the mainland is separate in terms of what he's willing to do.
Yeah.
He's willing to do that regardless.
He's just wanting more time to see if he can find a supposedly dead person who's against the First Order.
Right.
It sounds like something that Dimitri could do.
Well, you'd have to go to the mainland if you want to try to find this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind then. I don't think it's safe for me to be over there yet.
Yeah, we're not to the mainland part yet.
So he would essentially be using personal and family contacts to do proxy searches.
Do we want to quest for another hero unit?
Of a possible Garmel Beliblis? Yeah, sure.
I'm not against it. I'm just going to be busy.
So that being said, I believe the current meeting is just with Rory / Sparks, Zesha, and Kane. Though there's PTP, you can still be having that discussion. What am I doing?
Yeah.
And again, we still need to have the giant meeting anyway to find out how much time, say, the other 2 cities need.
True.
Yeah.
So this may all jive with their timeline anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and see what you can dig up.
Zesha's face will go slack in a bit of like a what kind of expression. So you're gonna wanna waste time on this fairy tale here. Kane will immediately speak up. It sounds like this person has faith, Zesha, unlike you. She would kind of take a step back in offense, except the bar's in her way. So instead she a little more takes a step forward. I have a faith in this family, Kane. People that I know are here, not the bygone traditionalists, and especially not one who is dead. What if you find him and then you're just gonna start another family schism up again? At which point Kane will be like, Zesha, I thought this was about the city and helping get figure out what Lastly is doing with her grand plan. What does it matter where my resources come from?
Yes, he is good. He's doing it for the good of the family. He's doing it for the good of Zenti. What is the problem, Leslie? Not Leslie. What is the problem, Zaisha? And he is purposely getting into a condescending tone. Besides, there is strength in legends with Zenti.
As we've seen with the Mando.
Yeah, besides the Mando, tell me, did you all ever learn of the Guardian?
The Guardian.
Yeah, it was the he's trying to talk about the Guardian, like
The
lion.
Tiger Spirit thing from that one.
Yes.
I'm laughing because Tristan made a very pointed joke. Damn it, that
No,
movie.
you're right.
I think I missed the joke. I'm kind of sad. What
There's
was
a
the
movie
joke?
called Highlander to the Source. It is arguably the worst Highlander movie. And the villain of it is called the Guardian. And he introduces himself by walking up and, just saying, I'm the Guardian.
Oh God.
He has a worse
I can
Christian
already
Bale
see
voice
where
than
that's
Christian
going.
Bale. It's,
Oof. Oof. That bad?
yeah.
Oof.
But he is arguably the smartest guy in the entire franchise because he wears a fucking neck guard.
I want that movie to be as decanonized as Highlander 2. But anyway.
Yes.
The two of them will kind of look at each other, kind of be thinking to themselves, Zessa will shrug and be like, is that some kind of walker? Kane, on the other hand... Did I roll it right? Nope, all wrong.
They probably not.
Plus...
Yeah, with that 4, no.
Kane, I'll think of everything in a moment. I'm remembering... Are you talking about the myth?
The myth. The legend.
Yes. the
Dwayne
myth.
Durock Johnson.
The myth of the mythical creatures that weren't they affiliated with the Way also? With the oh, well, I keep forgetting the name we give them.
Was it the Okeala?
Yeah, with the Okeala. Yeah,
Um,
weren't they associated with the Okeala?
Yes. From when you made this roll a while back,
No.
these creatures occasionally attach themselves to followers of the Okeala, but not all of them. Like there seemed to have been some choice or criteria in in the matter.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yes. The ones connected to the Okeala.
Zessa will actually look a bit disinterested. Kane, on the other hand, will like ponder a bit more. I'm afraid myth and history is only a hobby. But are you saying that they're still around? Aside from temples, that's the only things that I'm aware of. The temple ruins are the only things left. I thought of the Okeala, and much less the guardian spirits.
All I know is I've seen one. Nearly got tossed by one. And we keep finding Okeala temples, and let's just say Mother Zenti has a way of holding surprises back.
Kane clearly looks interested.
Yeah.
Zesha looks doubtful.
Bored.
She kind of has this look of, okay, yeah, these two geeks are talking now.
Oh. Actually, I think he knows how to interest Sasha, or at least make her understand, kind of the thing. Yes, you're disinterested in the Zaisha because it is myth. It is old. There's barely any history of it anymore. But then why does the Maquis keep finding First Order poking around in Okeala ruins? Why do we keep finding them going through Zenti artifacts? And why do they keep trying to bring them back to the mainland?
Ooh, make a persuasion.
We have found. Yeah. Persuasion?
Yeah.
Yeah, one moment. I know I have three dice in it, but I can't remember the rest.
So I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, you're fine. It is a valid thing.
Where'd the stats go? Screw you.
RPG stuff. Stars D6. No. Rory stuff. Ba.
Okay. This is for later, but could could Crow and Dimitri please roll me 76, including power die?
Ooh. The roll is going to be 15, David.
15. Okay.
Oh, shit. I actually have to roll dice.
Okay, Zesha will look mildly interested. Okay, you have some of my attention. I was under the impression that these Okeala weren't exactly warriors or of any kind of real influence even of the modern way of things, but you're right. If the First Order is looking into it, then maybe there is something to it.
Allow me to put it a better way. I'll use only one instance of one of the ruins we found. At one of the ruins we found what I can best describe as a power source. Now, I'm a tech person. I'm good at it. This thing seemed to be both biological and technological at the same time. It can only exist in the temple. And it powered an entire First Order base by itself, with nothing but water. And things like that could exist all over Zinti. And if the First Order hasn't already claimed it, that is. But there is power in myth. And I'm just realizing, should I really be saying this? Like, out of character. Like, should I really be saying this? Oh well. Let's do
We're
this.
talking about ancient ruins, so it's...
Who knows? But either way, point is, even if Rondor, if this Rondor is a pretender or whoever, there's still power to that name. After all, does not Rayor have its own sort of power when it is mentioned?
Zisha will slightly, uncertain, as she's thinking, she'll do a slow nod. You certainly seem to be passionate about this.
It's cool. I grew up learning the history of clans and of all that is Zenti. We are. I haven't been. I haven't been off world too much, but there are a few places like Zenti, with our familial structures and such. So I like learning about it. And besides, it's what's been keeping us alive as well. I mean, look at the Mandalorian. People have come far and wide on the presence of a name alone.
Both Jessica and Kane at roughly the same time. Jessica with more of a matter of factly, and Kane with more of a hopeful, faith based tone. What I'll just say, where there's hope, there's strength.
Rory quietly jots that in. Like, oh, that's a good slogan. Oh, that's good. I like that.
Skull forces, prefab. Okay. Okay. The roll, in terms of those rolls I asked for earlier, I'm seeing a 29 and a 26. Okay. Yep, wait, let me add the GRS in here. Okay, Greg, high or low?
Hi.
Okay.
I don't know if that's good or not. Curse you! Curse you and your question mark.
Okay. Okay, making sure that's saved correctly. Cool. Okay, talking about that stuff. Okay. Okay. So where's my thing? There it is. Okay, spend 1 week for that. Okay, you're bringing forces. Is there any more of this conversation you'd like to have?
No, not really.
Okay.
I imagine it's kind of more small talk, but it's more like overall. Kind of getting a feel for Rayor things and how they feel about Koal.
Okay.
And actually, he'll be asking about Lasley, and that's just basically it. Like, okay, get in her head and all that, and we don't have to
Okay.
play that.
Gotcha.
Just basically be like, okay, what would that snake do?
Okay. Okay. And yeah, so you're also wanting that main meeting to figure out how much
how much fighting time they want, that kind of shit.
Okay. Given the extra time that Kane is going to need, which I believe brings us up to what, 5?
We're up to total of 5 weeks already.
Okay.
Yeah.
He with that amount of time, that should be enough time for them to get everything ready, unless people have some sort of special requests.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to be making a shit ton of Zeskar for the next 5 weeks. And if any of our guys can get me Scout Trooper armor or Pilot Trooper, TIE Pilot armor, that would be very helpful for getting our pilots up and running. Any resource would be great, but those are really nice to...
Is that not? Oh, that didn't work right. 1 second. How do I do that?
Because my job's been done for me this time. So I don't need to do anything.
Shoot, I was able to do this before. Fine, I will do it like this then, since I already have those rolled out. 137 flight suits can be diverted from the mainland to you guys.
Combine that with the ones I already got, and I think we're in good shape.
What stance do you want the Pedalucea Infernos to be in for the raids? Passive or aggressive?
I guess aggressive.
Okay. Okay, and there you go. Oh, I didn't expect that to pop up. Okay.
What, the civilian starfighters?
No, the planetary defense equipment. That's listed as a much rarer item.
Okay.
Well, that'll come in handy.
So
That's a lot of credits worth of it too.
So are we talking? So are we talking flat cannons, turbo lasers?
Because these are credits worth of equipment, you're talking anything from shield generators to orbital cannons. Though, provided this amount of money can cover orbital cannons.
It's like, I wonder what they were going to use this for. Oh well.
It's ours now.
And you got...
It was either heading.
Yep.
It was either heading to somewhere really important. But yeah, it's ours now. Sucks to be them.
So, we're going to do that annoying RTS thing where we just build a wall of turrets around the island. And
And then have turrets upon our turrets. So if they try to attack one set of turrets, the other turrets protect those turrets.
exactly.
And then so on and so on, and then they're all going to be under a shield.
Okay, just so you guys are aware, Volt/CIS restoration is at 87%. And 7 out of 10 of your satellites are online.
Cool. We now have your average cell company coverage as opposed to AT&T.
AT&T is actually pretty good, thank you.
Where you are, yes, but there's a reason everybody else in the country pokes fun at them.
Well, there goes our AT&T sponsorship.
Yeah, just military army equipment.
Oh, and the island PTP net is at 94.75%. Here is a question: do you want to tack on extra time to complete the restoration projects?
I don't think we need the restoration projects for this.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
Do we?
Because the restoration projects are just shoring up bases, which don't seem to factor into what we're doing, since we're on offense and bases are for defense.
And you have mostly planetary coverage with your satellites, though your satellites were meant to work all together. So if you try to actually initialize them now, there could be unforeseen communication consequences.
Well, we only need those for the mainland. The local we have covered already.
It's true.
All the walkers.
Okay. By the way, your average temperature for your invasion day is
This is your weather report for the invasion this evening.
Actually, yeah, I was hoping Ray would say, "Hey, good morning, Zenti. It is a lovely day for liberation. And today you're gonna have a nice, cool, 90 degrees, low humidity. Let's give it up for that. Yeah, what a beautiful day to have a liberation.
I know this is a bitch move and all, but what does 5 months worth of mining look like?
That's a good question.
That doesn't even count the side missions. But the side missions I think can be rolled between sessions, but just so I have an idea of how many suits I can actually make, what does 5 months of mining look like? David's like, fuck you. I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. I'm just trying to remember the formula that I used.
That's right. I thought you had it just as a macro.
I have lots of macros.
He does have a lot of macros.
Maybe I have it under my GM notes. have it under the GM area of Tandy. I have my space tactical charts.
Mm.
This is more of a test for me. Shoot. How, son of a bitch. Okay. The mining.
Ah, ja, the Mimings, ja.
Oh, yeah. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's the monies. Though now I guess not all of it's being made in this city. Let's see if this works. Okay. Said 5 weeks of mining. I believe the miners themselves were actively helping with that.
Yeah.
And you guys have a lot of them. How many mining droids do you guys have? I remember the one.
I think it's only the one.
Okay. 5 weeks of mining. We're looking at
We can make more.
stuff.
We do have several weeks.
Well, we didn't make any of the mining droids. We just had those.
Yeah.
Okay. With the material and the large amount of group that you guys have in the area that you're doing, I can assume around the clock. Mining.
Well, I mean, you rolled 566, so I assumed that was what the number was.
Yeah. I'm just trying. I was thinking if I had to apply any other modifiers to it.
No.
So because I was like, yeah, it might be that much, but how much can you actually extract? So, but 566 works.
I'd say for my needs, that's good enough.
Okay. Let's see. Your forces. Tandy. Your forces / Tandy. the hunters, the Sotol themselves, the general extra supplies, having Bestie work with Tandy, and the GRS. Any other any other strategic level assets that you guys want to put into play?
Anyone think of anything?
I don't really have anything.
I don't have anything in particular that I can think of.
Other than hypothetically, just no, it's just more or less arming people, make sure we got it.
We have everything being done that I would already think of doing. Even the regrettable choice of letting Lieutenant Bestie have access as a high-level analyst to our database, that is Tandy. Which, great idea, Tristan. It's just, I freaking cringe at it because we're letting someone who
Yeah,
was...
I'm not entirely thrilled either, but it made the most tactical sense. Christ, we have 9 squadrons of those Maquis fighters now.
I still can't believe we have over 500 freaking suits of Zeskar armor.
Well, we don't have over
Someone's
500
been
suits of Zeskar armor because, cash became a problem. We have over 300 suits of Zeskar armor.
Oh. Still.
Now, I have enough materials to make another 640, but I still need the other parts that go into the armor beyond the Zeskar.
So when are we going to start exporting?
Well, first we have to supply all the Maquis, and then I can worry about, after all the Maquis, all the field Maquis have armor, I can worry about supplying our allies.
Next thing we know, the Maquis become a syndicate of arms dealers.
But, at 7,000 credits a pop, these things are expensive to make.
Is that including what the logistics recently brought in?
Yeah, I spent all of that, getting the pilots outfitted.
Okay.
And those are just the active pilots. That's not even counting the standby pilots. I don't have them kitted out yet.
Okay.
So we're gonna have some pilots that are flying without their special suits, but they'll be fine. Because this is an all hands on deck situation. So
We'll just have the people who aren't wearing the special gear be in support roles, so they don't die horribly.
Well, the armor's only really useful if you crash or if you're in space. Since this is atmosphere, I'm not super worried about them.
Okay. Okay. Any special methodologies that you guys would want to employ? Again, from a strategic level standpoint.
Well, the city being empty by the time we're going to engage civilian movement within the city does not make sense. So we can't disguise ourselves. So the moment we go in, we have to go in hard and fast. The only thing I can think of doing is we expand the tunnels to make a launch silo within the shield emitter to launch ion missiles at the Megalodon from within, so it'll be at a range where the Megalodon literally can do nothing against it. That would buy us time to be able to storm the Megalodon and board it.
Okay.
Because I think our
We don't
best
need silos
chances
for
of
that. We can just mount them on a vehicle.
True, but with the
that too, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
It's like
understand what you're saying.
yeah.
I am not faulting your logic. I'm just saying, expanding the tunnel is good. We just don't, in theory, you don't need a launch silo. We can just put it on a Banshee.
Hmm.
That's a squadron of Magpulse equipped Banshees could, in theory, do that job.
Because
Okay, that's
the quickest way to success is to assault the Megalodon and take it over before they can react.
I get that. I get that. I'm asking about strategic level stuff. I was trying to say that's strategic, but that's also a part of your own personal main character goals for this particular outfit. Okay.
It looks like I deployed all their. Okay, I deployed all their B2s. Looks like. Looks like our B1s are still on standby. Okay, so where do we want to put our most of our battle droids? Like the soldier-sized ones, it looks like I've deployed our B2s. I deployed our security droids, but those would be useless out here anyway. Looks like our droid decals have already been assigned. But we have the tri-droids, the crab droids, lancer droids, spider droids, etc. The actual battlefield droids. So do we want those with us, or do we want to distribute those out among the other city assaults?
I do not know.
Well, let's see. Kanata's in theory taking care of itself.
Yeah.
So we only need to split forces between the airbase, Talus, and Cole.
Why don't I have the droids attack the airbase?
Well, I was actually thinking about having the pirates go after the airbase, since they are our air specialists.
They'd be able to repurpose the base immediately after taking it. But I feel like having the pirates help go after Talus and help them with Talus while the droids keep the base busy because the droids would be expendable would allow us to do the lightning raid to take over the Megalodon with the help of the commandos.
Okay. So you're gonna use the Paleos pirates to help the airbase raid then and prevent the airbase from sending in things? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. And we'll be sending them probably some support once I can finish doing this math here. The Octopura droid is basically the Tri-droid, the fuck?
Okay. Like, it sounds like then you guys have... Because I don't need exact numbers or anything.
Well,
I'm just kind of wanting to get an idea of like how you're distributing your forces, what's actively helping you, and stuff like that.
Which is kind of what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Is at least, doing a pitch.
Man, by the way, that was close. He almost saw your movements.
He almost discovered we were evacuating all civilians. Oh man.
Crab battle. Let's see, that one probably wouldn't be as much use at the airbase.
I do have a question just to confirm. Is what you're doing now going to have an impact on the central thing of trying to take Cole?
Only in the sense of having a vague idea of how many guys we have on the ground.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm just divvying up the droids. Let's see. So where do we? Okay, so we have the pirates going after the airbase. What do we want to do with the Sotal? Where do we want to point them?
I was presuming you're going to point them with your main forces, but...
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I don't see why I wouldn't.
So the Sotal and the Hunters are with us. Who are we going to send to reinforce Talus, then? Anybody?
Who do we send to tell us? That's a question, right?
That's a question to anybody.
Yeah,
It's like a question to anybody. It's like we have the pirates at the airbase, we have the Sotal with us at Cole. So, I mean, I suppose we could just send some pilots over to help with Talus, but
Yeah, because it sounded like they had quite a few people over there already. So.
And they've had 5 months to get supplies and organized.
And we did get the clan of pirates. Were they technically pirates or bandits? That one group. After you literally like punched the guy to the ground and finished him off. Because that was at Talus, wasn't it? Where we had to go find the Wookiee, not Wookiee.
Yeah, that was Talus.
That's a good question. Maybe send the droids over there? Like, where do we send the droids?
Well, that's what I was talking about. I've got a rough proposal here that I'm just doing a quick format on.
The only thing I could think of is sending the droids to the airbase, letting the pirates go to Talus, and with the droids keeping the airbase busy.
You said we're up to 3
pirates would
now?
help Talus.
With the extra time, they would have been able to complete the other 2, bringing your... outside of the first one, you have a total of 6, including the one that was first produced.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, we have 3 cities to fight over.
Yeah.
We have 6
now. This is me breaking down the droids. Most of a lot of, not counting the ones that TacCon already has assigned.
What are chameleons?
Oh, those are the kind of spindly-looking ones that shit out little baby droids that run around and attack people on the ground.
Oh,
which is why they're not very useful at the airbase.
Lancers already speeder bike droids. The spider droids, isn't that just the tri-legged spider things that you see at the end of the Clone Wars trilogy for at one of the death scenes for the Jedi? I can't remember what the guy's name is. where he gets just gunned down by shot in the back and gunned down by his clone troopers as he's charging him.
Kiadi Mundi.
Yeah, Mundi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the spider droids? Those giant freaking
No, those
tri-legged
are
things?
no. The spider droids, well, it depends on which ones. There are spider walkers that were like on Geonosis, those ones with the beam weapons, like bam.
Yeah, the beam weapons with 3 legs.
4.
Was
Or
it
was
4?
it 3?
I know there's 2. They're the same thing. One has more legs. One more leg for some reason.
But yeah, they're also like smaller versions of those. They're kind of anti-armor.
Yeah, not against us. It's also terrifying how many freaking droids we have that are like significantly large compared to the B2s and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, stepped away for a minute. Any issues or questions, suggestions?
I'm not against it, although I'm trying to figure out what version of the spider droid you're talking about.
It's called Spider Droid in the Loot Crate.
Let's go look. It's in the loot crate.
It's in the Loot Crate. Everything that's here is in the Loot Crate.
Over.
It's under droids,
Should be in
I think.
the other section. Starfighter, speeder, walker, droid, skill chips, droids. Oh my god. Oh, it's those guys.
Yeah.
It's dwarf spider droid with the freaking nose for a cannon.
Yeah, those.
Okay, I'm okay with this.
In addition, we can probably, based on how many we have, I think we can split probably 120 Banshees, to the 3 sites we're having to deal with. It's like we have 260. No, it'd have to be less than that because we have 264, so it'd have to be like 80 Banshees between the different sites. But it's still a lot of Banshees.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not counting the air speeders and shit. And I know David doesn't want to get too technical, which is I'm not going down like every unit. I'm just going down the droids because those are a decent resource.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we do need to send at least one named faction over to Talos to help them, to back them up, and considering we did promise them some kind of support.
Yep.
Now, I suppose sending our the Banshees and some fighters and the droids over counts as providing them support, but
I get you still of like probably sending like quote unquote legitimate support of like, hey, we're from we know these people like personally. There, da 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 da.
But I was like, I can't think of any other factions that we've dealt with as a whole faction, because like we have the Sotal and we have the pirates, and then we have the people in Cole that we just made big deals with.
And then we have the 3 exiles and their brainwashed people.
Yeah, but all of those are again local to Cole. We don't.
Yeah, exactly.
I suppose we could split, ask the Sotal to split their forces a little bit, since we are bringing a lot of stuff to the table ourselves.
I mean, we could have the Sotal go to Talos.
Just all of the Sotal?
I mean, do you think with the entirety of the Maquis plus the Rising Dawn plus the Exiles would be enough?
Send the Sotal air support to Talos and keep the Sotal / Hunter ground support with us.
Yeah, that works, because the air support will have a hard
Talos
time
has a lot of
getting
ground
in.
support, but they don't have a lot of air support.
Yeah, that makes more sense as well,
Okay.
because the air support would be kind of, how are they going to get within the shield emitter with our current goals of use the tunnels to sneak in, disable the Megalodon long enough for us to get into it.
And then we can send them a bunch of Banshees and V-Wings to deal with any walkers they might run into.
Were you guys going to implement the silo tunnels? Or
extra tunnels, yes, but I don't think we need them as silos. We can use them to launch Banshee, launch points, for like Banshees to come out of the tunnels and then do the mag pulse into the Megalodon.
Okay.
We're becoming the GLA and Command and Conquer Generals. There's gonna be tunnels everywhere.
The trick is doing it, in such a way that the city doesn't collapse on itself. Like when you have a gopher problem.
Well, that's what the miners are for. They're supposed to be able to build proper tunnels.
Well, even miners make mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, we just die for them.
Now, since I know several of us have been building up to this for a while now and have wanted to do this, we're keeping the walkers, right?
The what?
Of
Keeping the
course.
what?
The walkers, so we can battle tech through coal, what we've been trying to build to since episode 1.
I thought there'd be more excitement.
I was like, yeah, I met with silence.
Oh no, I'm excited. I'm just like, yeah.
Which reminds me, I need to find walkers that have price tags, because I have like 250,000 worth of walkers, and most of them don't have a price tag.
I'm just sitting here trying to think. It's just like, I'm glad we're going to have the walkers. I'm glad we can battle tech in a city and have an urban battle tech happen. But at the same time, I'm just like, well, do we really have people who can use it besides NPCs?
I've been putting points into walker ops.
So have I, but I don't think I'm good enough for that yet.
Well, you see, that's where shit like command and maneuver and that kind of stuff comes in.
True.
All the ATRTs.
And having Imphatos helps too.
I don't think Imphatos applies to Vehicle Blaster. I gotta buy a shit ton of ATPTs. ATST, not available for sale.
Of course.
No, why? Fucking Riot Walker. Walker scale stun gun. This is what I was talking about as I'm going through here. It's like most of the walkers are not available for sale, so I'm just having to...
True, though I believe you've been using like EOE price tags and stuff.
When applicable. I'm not sure if EOE had price tags for walkers either. I'd have to look. I'm not saying we can't do it. It's just, Let's see. I guess Bestie. Do we want Bestie in the field opening doors, or do we want him running in the command center doing damage there?
I thought that's what you guys had decided on earlier. If you want to change your mind, that's fine.
No,
Yeah.
we've decided on a lot of stuff. I've lost track.
I'm fine with him being an analyst and being in the place where he is best as an analyst.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
same.
18.
I hate
75,000
saying it, but
credits.
that would be the best place for him to be.
Yeah, he does good there.
Okay.
Well, I'm just gonna call dibs on the vulture.
We have a few of those.
I'm just gonna put that out there.
I know what Rory is going to be doing though. Explosives. Explosives
Yeah,
for
you have
days.
5 months to do nothing but make bombs.
Wait, 5 months? That was 5 weeks.
Sorry, 5 weeks to make nothing but bombs.
So if you want to skip 5 months, I'm fine with that, but...
And so you have to start rolling. Still not enough for stars, but we have 3 3 lances of vultures.
Oh. Oh. We're one lance short of having an entire company worth of
Well, yeah,
vultures.
that's just vultures. I mean, yeah. We have enough to make stars, counting all the other mechs.
Oh, easily.
Especially if you count the fucking locusts. We have 25 locusts.
Oh my god.
Well, 26 locusts.
Hey, I have 3 Dyson Walker operations. And 5 Dyson Vehicle Blaster. And yeah, 5 Dyson Vehicle, 5 Dyson Missile, 5 dice and 3 dice and walker. I think I can use a vulture sufficiently.
130 Rakshasas.
Yeah, in total, that's how much dice I have before the vulture itself applies.
What's the velocity on your walkers?
A move of 30, 90 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm looking at
An
the
hour.
movement.
I think it depends on the walker.
Yeah,
'cause
the vulture has a move of 30. The marauder has a move of 45. How is the marauder faster as a head an assault? Okay.
Well, remember, it's based on the it's based on what they look like, not necessarily tonnage.
Okay. I have the information I need.
The crab has a move of 30. It's like somewhere between 30 and 40 seems to be the average.
Okay.
Apparently, the locust doesn't have stats at all. It's just the picture of the locust.
Yeah, David never gave me the stats on the walker it was based on.
Oh, shit. I had it in my head. I never typed it out.
Yep.
I'm surely sad because the locust is like.
I mean, I have the
I just love the
ATRT
locust.
here in the book, so I can just copy and paste that in.
Fear me and my like 18 like heavy machine guns I just strapped to the locust with like a ton of armor.
I don't like the fact that it's taking time to load these sheets now.
Okay, there, it's got a stat block now. Maneuverable little fucks.
Where are they at?
What? I just put it in the
Oh,
Maquis
Jesus.
Locust Walker. It's got a stat block now.
They could go 25.
I was like, they're not very
Oh my God,
fast,
that's
but they have 3D maneuvering, which is amazing for one of the. Just,
Oh my God, that is pretty cool.
just don't get hit. They only have 1D of +2 of soak. But it will haul ass.
And dodge pretty well.
Okay.
I guess since I'm the brand name, I'll take the. Alright, guys, what do you think is going to be more useful here? Me in a walker or me in the X-Wing?
Mm. Well, since we need to get into the Megalodon to deal with Taldarin and take over the play Rio. That's a good question.
And actually, here's a question. Considering the skills involved, do you want to split the group between ground and taking the Megalodon? In
That's
terms of
also
the
another valid
internals?
question. And how do we want to board the Megalodon? Because we could take the Kaital and just straight up board it. We could take the mechs and wait for it to crash and then board it with the mechs.
That would be hilarious.
Well, I mean, it's going to get in theory, it's getting ionized, so that's in theory what's happening.
I see.
I feel like taking the mechs would at least let us play with the mechs that we've been trying to play with forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had the mech. We've had the mechs just waiting for the ability to use them.
And if David wants to be
Now
really
we have an
funny, tell
excuse
Dark to
to
come
use
out in a
them.
walker, and then we can just go full mech war.
I have studied your ways, Mandalorian. I know your preference.
Hmm.
Oh yes, and we have to use the fuck out of those goddamn radar trucks. Okay, so I guess group consensus is we're taking the walkers to the Megalodon and then boarding the Megalodon. Is Rory driving or is he riding? Because a lot of these have room for a second person if you want to ride shotgun instead of driving. You want to play with your own mech?
You know what? I'll go with my own mech. I have some walker.
Okay, well,
Walker operations.
you have the list of mechs. Eric has taken one of the vultures. I'm going to grab the Marauder since it's the unique looking one, and I've got apparently I'm the brand name of the the rebellion.
I never thought that was in question with how people were talking.
I wasn't questioning it. I didn't realize it was as prominent as it had become because of how little it had come up until now.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I literally came across from the mainland to meet you.
Yeah, it's like, that's what it hit it. I was like, fuck, I wasn't intending to be the... I mean, I was kind of the face, but it wasn't the goal.
Wait, what was the last line? The mainland?
Yeah, it was like that one lady who came across from the mainland looking for the Mando.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the
Why is this?
Tanya Snowfall.
So yeah, you have...
I came from the mainland.
It's like, you got ATSTs, you got ATPTs.
Wait, no, it wasn't her. It was.
You want to be really funny, you got the construction walker. You got the UATTs.
Drop, damn you.
Or
Drop.
if you're feeling really ballsy, you have the recon walkers.
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna go with the civilian ones. I don't need protection now.
Why are they? You got tokens.
Well, to be entirely honest, I'm half tempted to take a locust because, you know, Dimitri being a locust would make the most sense. But at the same time, a vulture just...
We have enough that everybody can, with the exception of the Marauder, but nobody seemed really interested in that one anyway, except me, unless that's changed. So we have enough that everybody can, in theory, get their mech of choice.
Which is the Marauder?
That's the one that used to be the ATDP, that weird, gecko-eyed one from Rebels.
Oh, the ATTP, yeah.
Man, I've just been having some issues with...
We're all having technical issues, it's not just you.
I haven't had problems!
I'm just
Good for
annoyed
you.
because it messes with my productivity with the game.
You also comparatively have the supercomputer compared to the rest of us.
I mean, it's only a $1,200 computer.
Okay.
Yeah,
That I
most of
built
us
like
maybe
years
have a
ago.
$500 computer.
Hold on. So, Dimitri, you have the Vulture?
Yeah, Dimitri took a Vulture,
Yeah, I'm gonna take the
Crow is
Vulture.
taking the Marauder, and we don't know what Rory's using yet.
Yeah, I am looking that up. It's in the
If you go to under
Rebel
Rebel
Cell.
Cell, under vehicles and ships, there's the Walkers section. That's where our stuff is.
Why are you not assigned? What the hell?
I already know who my...
Hell, we have enough
co-pilot's
time.
gonna
You can
be.
even give it a custom paint job if you want,
Totally doing that.
just to make yourself stick out as a hero unit.
Actually, I know what I'd be doing for 5 weeks. I'd be training again to be a walker operation. Be a walker pilot.
Somebody else you could ride co-pilot for you. Most of these things, again, you have a crew of 2.
Yep, that's the goal.
Come on. It is not loading. Ah.
You should have seen that one coming.
What is a Marauder? Like, what does it
The
do?
Marauder is a 100-ton assault
Not
mech
the actual
with a
Marauder.
giant-ass cannon on its shoulder.
Again, the Marauder in our game is the former ATDP. Which in this case is 1D maneuvering, 3D hull, has a chin-mounted laser cannon, 4 composite beam lasers from the Lardies, and 2 mass drivers from the Lardy.
Mass drive?
Yeah, basically railguns.
Yes. Railgun.
Oh. Oh. Hmm.
Now, I have
The
been looking at the Marauder,
Vulture-
but if you want it, I will happily abdicate to a different unit.
Oh, no, I don't care. I'm just like, what would
You
work?
also just made me realize something. The Vulture, by nature of what the Marauder is based on, has the same stats in terms of survivability.
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
Like I said, it's got nothing to do with the actual mech warrior units.
Yeah, but, so you're still taking the Marauder?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Okay.
It's still terrifying that you're just going to be running around with railguns.
They only do 6D Walker, which, I mean, it's decent damage, but it could be better.
I just know that I see what the damage rating is for like the concussion grenade launcher, the blaster cannons, but I don't see a damage scale for them.
If it is not labeled, it's the scale of the vehicle.
Oh,
Really, that's
cool.
insane, right? Plus that, plus that, plus that, plus that. Okay, I type it. Okay, that's the number I was expecting. Yeah. Yeah, I have the Battlefield stuff based on the decisions you guys had made. Yes, your decisions did matter.
I'm glad we trusted the analyst to be an analyst.
Oh, no, that seriously helped you. That's 5 dice flat as a bonus right there.
I actually might go with a Rakshasa.
Right, good a choice as any.
Actually, I'll probably just go with a vulture as well, because that seems. I want something medium. I'm like, hey, I can do a thing.
No locust for you.
Well, they can all do a thing. They're all actually pretty good, except for the
They
locust.
all are very good, decent units.
Except for the locust. But locust is good for other purposes that I haven't had an excuse to be able to use them yet, because speeders have just been more useful.
Oh, the
Makes
crab
me
walker.
sad.
Yeah, nobody wanted the crab.
Who wants to say they're in a crab or half crabs?
No love for the crab.
Although the crab has some amazing hull strength.
Okay. Last calls for units of choice.
I think we're all settled at this point.
Yep.
Okay. In which case, Sparks, I want you to confirm the walker of which I should drop.
You said vulture, if I recall.
Yep, vulture.
Soldier. Okay. Now that just means I have to put in some differentiators here.
I'd say we have 2 vultures and a marauder.
Okay.
Just put his blue. Just put a blue marker on it. Because of his blue hair.
I believe are the vultures 2-man units.
By default, yes.
Do you have?
Otherwise, it's up 1 with a /+15, so I assume everything's harder with a +15.
Yeah, you take a +15 to all difficulties.
Yeah, because you're like massively multitasking. Okay. Who's your co?
Rory hasn't really like.
I mean, you can take
A
a
friend
Maquis
of
person
anyone,
if you'd
really.
like.
Yeah, I'll take a Maquis person. Like gotten. There's like no named NPC he's gotten close to.
Don't worry. The fact that you selected a no-name NPC, they will now inherently have a name if they survive.
Yeah, that's how we got some of our iconics, like Fourth Meal.
Freaking fourth meal. Freaking, I don't know how he fucking lives.
Well, now it's because he's got all my old
Was that-
tech. But
What about the one in that one where Brian destroyed a black hole by punching it somehow?
same game, yeah.
I know it's the same game, but what's the name of that freaking NPC that somehow survived the impossible for that
Well,
fight?
that was Brian's character Ash.
Yeah. And that was a combination of like force points and experimental technologies.
And that was after Fourth Meal, but that was after Fourth Meal got his name.
Yeah.
Fourth Meal earned his name by just having very good dice rolls without David doing anything weird.
Yeah, and I think he also survived the Vong swarms.
Yeah, like I said, very good dice roll.
But that's
He's
the part I
fighting
mean. Is like there
apes.
was
Yeah.
in that fight, one of the NPCs just survived when they shouldn't have survived. Not Ash, not Brian's character, but one of the NPCs just would not die and kept killing Vong. I just recall that for some reason.
Is the Marauder a single seat?
Marauder is 2-seat. My co-pilot is Reset.
Okay.
Just set him up with a little astromech slot. And...
Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay. Here, this should work. Are you guys moving as going to be moving as a group, or are you going to be like going down like parallel street kind of things?
I think PC should stick together as a group, since
Okay.
we've all in theory got a common objective.
Tools.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So you guys have stuff together. You have Siltal forces, which considering the integration and everything.
I got all the stuff.
So that just made me realize something. Given that we have them so tall, we have their shield pikes and everything. Have we made shields for our walkers yet?
I don't think the shield pikes can really repel firepower of that magnitude.
I didn't say using the shield pikes on the mechs, the walkers. I mean, because the technology for the shield batons exists. Sparks plus so tall plus here's one of the many walkers we have. Make it shielded.
I say walker shields has not exactly been a priority.
Okay.
I know it hasn't been, but it has to happen.
So do you think we're in the 100 to 500 or the 500 to 1000 bracket?
Given that we took most of our forces and told them to go to upper places, I think we would be in the.
Well, yes, but we have all the local forces.
True. I mean, we could just stay to maintaining our own battle infrastructure and let TACCOM deal with the other
Keep in
allies.
mind, I was under the impression that on the strategic scale, with where you assigned Bestie, he and Tandy were going to be assisting like strategic assets. You can of course control coal assets if you'd like.
Well, I was talking purely coal assets when I was.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what my DC is for say command rolls.
Okay.
So that's why I was like, do you think we fall into the 100 to 500 or the 500 to 1000? You know, in terms of coal specifically. I was like, yeah, the big picture is taking care of itself. I'm just worried about the one city that actually is relevant to what we're doing, so I can figure out my map.
I still love how Tadari just can never find what we do.
Yeah, and I think Bestie's trying to figure out how the fuck Taldarin's missed it now that he actually knows what we're at least some of what we're playing with.
Okay.
Actually, he'd have to know most of what we're playing with for him to do his job properly.
Yeah, he knows everything.
Tons of walkers. Are you gonna be also
For
commanding
better
the
or
droids?
for worse.
Can I command the droids?
I mean, they're battle droids. They know tactics and shit. Remember, the tactical,
the answer
the
is
tactical
if you want
droids in
to.
the Clone Wars were directing other droids.
Yeah.
So if you want it to is the answer.
I'm not worried about droid casualties right now, so I will not include the droids. I will let Tandy just, do basic.
Okay. You see, now here's where I need to
Well, that's like
Did you?
if I'm not including the droids, it's just the local forces. In which case, because I know if it was just the Maquis by itself, we'd be in the 1 to 500 range.
Okay.
But I don't know how much the locals are, between the governor, the. I keep blanking on the name of the local resistance and the Rayor.
Rising Dawn.
Yeah, the Rising Dawn and the Rayor. I don't know how many troopers they're bringing.
Okay.
If any.
Given that, with everything in play, you would be in the 500 to 1000 range, with the extra amounts of forces and things of that nature.
Cool. So I have to beat a 33 if I'm trying to give you guys my minimum 2D bonus.
Are you okay with that?
Well, I'm seeing what I can do. I can make it a 1D plus 1 bonus for a DC of 30.
So reducing the DC by 3, but reduces the
It'll be a 1d plus 1
it
bonus,
by.
yeah.
I wouldn't see how reducing the DC by 3 would make that much more worthwhile. But
Okay, well, I have 5d plus 2 before force bonus. I'm reducing the DC by 2. Okay, so yeah, I'll just aim for the 33 and, yeah.
Okay.
There's gonna be a lot back and forth on this one.
I mean, you could always just choose not to command the Allied forces. Let the Analyst and Tandy do that.
Well, the Analyst and Tandy are, in theory, doing the other areas.
The everything. True.
I mean, technically I get assist bonuses, so that helps. Because I have the Tandy assist bonus, and if the Analyst is doing what it sounds like he's doing, he probably counts as an assist bonus also.
I have him factoring in on the battlefield side.
Okay, but I still have the Tandy assist bonus.
Yeah.
So. And assuming I roll passable on my force rolls, I average a plus 2d, so...
The other thing also
so I'm
to keep in
effectively
mind
rolling
is...
9 dice on command before multiple action penalty.
Okay. It sounds like you have a okay chance.
Yeah, like I said, there's gonna be some back and forth, and it's gonna be one of those where it's gonna fluctuate between the...
Gotcha.
Versus being able to consistently do the... I think it's really going to come down to what the force roll turns out to be.
Okay. With that in
mind... I have faith in you.
Well, that's 2 weeks from now, is problem.
True.
With that in mind, with the city now evacuated of any possible civilian casualties, save for the Rising Dawn members, which are assisting your cause, because as I recall, you're actually still going to be actively using them.
Yes, we were using them. We were supplying them with any heavier ordnance than what they had to start with. We've broken the bank.
And the tunnels expanded. A force never before seen on the island rises as Maquis troops move through the tunnels. Trees of the Zeti jungle around Koal shift as walkers move, and Argo finally fulfills its latest purpose as a launch platform. As squadrons upon squadrons of fighters stream out of the large cavern, like water rushing through a stream, as the sky suddenly gets filled with various fighter types, including the Peregrines.
I just wish I could know the look on Taldarin's face when the radar operator finally goes, "Oh my god." That would be the best reaction ever. But it begins.
Cole's defenses, while somewhat shocked at the amount of forces they're having to repel, come into play as flashes of light from blaster discharges start scattering through the jungle as the battle commences, and are and our Maquis heroes begin to penetrate with some of the other forces into Cole itself.
Oh, this is a view I wasn't expecting. When did Cole become so rural?
Budget cuts.
Hey, we're maintaining it. We're afforded it.
There's an outskirts to the city.
Is that what we're calling this?
I mean, technically speaking, the walkers would be able to go for the tunnel and just come up in the park. Because as we've seen in Star Wars, we can pack these things pretty small. It's on the back of a pickup truck and drive through the tunnel.
Oh, so they get to do like what was it?
Front mission.
I think. Well, no, there's like a specific like Gundam show, like Gundam 00 or something like that.
Where the guns
they
are on the
actually-
back trailer, yep.
That was
where they like. Yeah, that's what it was, and they just managed to actually sneak in a whole mobile suit. It's like, hi, hello, I am here.
But yeah.
And next time, I will hopefully have some more production to just hit home the sheer amount of forces you have going on here.
The more I think about it, the more I just feel bad for Taldarin. For all his paranoia, he was so close to the truth yet so far away. And now he must suffer a humiliating defeat.
Also, was there a role you wanted me to do for all those demolitions we're gonna be making?
Yeah. For were you making it for like the group itself, or y'all in particular?
They just have a convention. We get all the demolitionists together in one room, and they're just chatting and making bombs.
You know what? I kind of feel like it's that one scene. Oh, what was that film where like Jonah Hill and another guy were playing like it was like War Dog or something like that. Yeah, that scene where they're just like taking bullets out and putting them in plastic bags. Like, I don't know. Yeah, just look at it. I just imagine that. Like, yeah, done. Yeah, we're doing that. We're since we got so long, we can ship that off to other people too. So,
bombs for everybody.
Who wants bombs? Oh gosh. Okay, that's 6. 7. Would since I'm at the base, tools. Any other bonuses I'm missing?
None that I can think of.
The only thing I can think of is like taking time, but I don't know. Oh, well, actually, aid. Would it be aid with all the different people we've got, or I don't know.
You have 5 weeks.
I guess the real question is: are you trying to make anything special, or just your general IEDs?
Um, two types: IEDs and shaped charges. IEDs for when you just need to blow something up. IEDs when you need a more controlled explosion, like we need just that part blown up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Control.
Okay.
Yeah, control bursts.
In which case, you can just give me you can just give me 2 demolition rolls in, because I'll assume the people that are helping you are providing, the sheer quantity in terms of having multiple people work together.
Cool. All right. 18 plus 1. Where's my dice? Crap. Stay on the table. Thank you. Also, thank you for the 6. Okay. 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 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, jeez. For the first roll, 68.
Excellent.
Bloody hell. Jeez. Okay, Rory. Okay, for the second one. $46.
Excellent. Yeah, that is not a problem, and I think I found a map more suiting to the request, which will be in place by next week.
What request?
I wouldn't say it's a problem. It's just funny the way we imagine Cole, and then here's this world map of Cole.
Again, part of my issue is I can only map the scale that's going on here with what I have.
Oh, I agree. That's why I didn't really complain about it. I just found it funny.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I now have a huge ass city thing. I'll probably find something better. It's fine. No, seriously, it's fine. I don't care. 'Cause I have other things I want to do to prep for the for the like final battle because I want to try to make it as grand as I can. I guess final battles maybe because there's like I guess Teldar and the Megalodon. There's gonna be things, guys.
Say it's final
I
battle.
swear
It's just
there
the
are
season ender at
things.
best. I mean, we still have the mainland to do.
Oh, yeah, the final battle like of the season.
Yeah.
I'm just excited because this is finally happening. Oh, you bitch! You're 11 megabytes. Roll20 won't let me upload you. How dare! Hey, Trish, is this look urban enough?
Yeah.
I'll use Photoshop. I'll shrink it a bit.
You don't even need Photoshop for that. You can literally do that with like MS Paint.
Yeah, but I prefer Photoshop. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. I realized a lot of what was happening today was like talking and planning, but
Yeah, it's all good.
It's all stuff that needed
Sometimes
to
I have
happen.
been.
yeah. Yeah.
At least we didn't have to play out both conferences.
Yeah. I think the Mando's bluntness in negotiations was what worked out fairly well.
I'm just glad I wasn't too much of a sarcastic asshole to Lieutenant Bestie. Eagle.
Well, I've been trying to play Lieutenant Bestie as he tries not to show his cards. At least when he's not. At least when he's not when he's outside of like private stuff. But yeah, you guys cracked him a bit with the showing him Argo and everything.
Well, like I said, I hope he realizes that being on our side is better for the planet than him going against us.
Oh, that's good, but that's too simple. Hmm. Yeah, we shall see. We shall see, because I think there were some indications from the Mando's mind tapping that there could be something up.
Well, he's welcome to think about starting shit. I just don't think it'll end well for him.
Exactly.
Seriously, they didn't work with Tandy though. Did bring a large boon to the battlefield bonus. I think these are like the larger numbers, perhaps the largest battlefield numbers we've seen to date.
Well, it is the largest battlefield we've seen today.
Also, the idea of finally using the walkers in like a much larger scale thing is kind of nice. It's kind of, it's like, oh, it's a turn based mech warrior game now.
And my turn-based strategy? What?
What trickery is this? as always, if you guys want threads with either each other or NPCs, just let me know.
Hmm. There isn't really any like local NPCs that Rory can really talk to, or that he has like
Go talk to
connection
your
to. I guess.
family. Go rebuild your family.
I don't think he's quite to
You
that
know,
point in his character arc yet.
I know.
Yeah, especially with how they still are very much like,
Oh, I also
I'm just giving you a hard time because it's just like, here, go do this. You totally want to do this. Do
I like
it.
bringing in the Rayor stuff when I can.
Go have awkward conversations.
no.
Make me.
I can only
Okay,
lead a
then.
horse to water. I can't force it to drink, man.
Okay, talk to the guy about your past.
I'm not afraid to do that.
I'm not afraid of you.
It's just it hasn't come up because no one really asked.
Well, it's your character story. You're the one who's going to prompt that. We're not going to go around asking about other people's.
Oh, I know. It's just like I said, it hasn't come up because the only time it's come up is only recently because, the 1 year gap when I was working third shift. And now I get to learn that I've probably been the victim of some level of brainwashing or and apparently more useful than just being a Pathfinder.
I told you there'd be stuff concerning the Yappy.
So don't mind me. I have to eventually. By the way, I did give you that role, David, in Skype. You never actually gave a response.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. Yeah.
So I'm currently in the TBD stage, since I did give the role to find out what I actually remember. And depending on the answer to that, I might have things brought up after the Siege of Cole.
Yeah, because I was with Zorn, I had a 6 month time pass, so I was also having to type up things like, "Oh, I have to respond to your 6 months and your 6 months and your 6 months."
That's perfectly fine. That's why I was like, oh wait, you asked for a role if I remembered things. Here you go.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hmm.
Also, thanks for pointing out the First Order and the Okayala temple stuff as being a more than one off thing from the way it was phrased.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, there's. How do you think they're finding some of this? It's like,
Let me see. That is.
Here's something you guys would probably like that's random.
Oh, and that timetable might align very nicely. Nice. Nice. That'll be good for the season shift. Yay. Um, let's see. Oh, any thoughts on Rondo Del Rior?
Uh, Interesting. Like, there is another one like me. Yay. Hopefully.
I have no comments because I was not there for that conversation. I was busy. More like literally busy, not in game. I don't, unless you guys didn't need me to be at that meeting, then I probably wouldn't be there.
Oh no. Oh no, by the sound of it, Rory was technically the only one there, but did have PTP stuff.
I thought Crow was Amanda was there too.
Maybe? I don't know.
I don't think he was. I think he specifically said because it is dealing with Rayor stuff. Have the Rayor be there.
Yeah.
Ah, cool. Then I could say yeah, I was busy.
The secret Rayor.
I was totally busy. Well, the song "I'll Make a Warrior Out of You Yet" was playing in the background.
And because of all the allies that are in play, there's finally a chance for more familiar faces to pop up. Such as these people.
Ooh, it's been so long, I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Well, I can't really see the screen.
It's on the Twitch.
I vaguely remember who this person is.
That she was Gin's rival
Oh, okay.
from Cathene.
Actually, no, that's a different person.
She was the person who watched me literally beat crap out of their captain of their guard for the Sultan within 6
She
seconds.
was the captain of the guard.
Oh, she was
that,
the captain.
It's
that's
Yasuo.
Hesh. Oh.
Oh yeah, that's right. She's the
I thought
person
they
who
were
almost got
back.
herself killed, and I had to go save her ass. And I was stuck rebuilding a banshee for her.
Oh no, that
Ever.
was you're thinking of
Hesh.
yeah, you're thinking of this person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I thought so.
So that was that person. The first person was the captain of the guard. I basically freaking clotheslined and beat the crap out of within 6 seconds.
Also, this person. Which
I don't remember them.
I do. They're all so tall, and we had to fight all of them at one point. It's not fun.
that's Ishnar, the
Oh.
Yeah.
The stealthy
yeah,
one.
the stealthy one that is short by Sotal standards.
Mm-hmm.
Still bigger than Yappy.
And then of course this guy, because
That guy.
it's Kresh. He will certainly be on the front line to safeguard his people. I think the only person to date to force the commander to go all out just to win.
Yeah, I think it
No,
was
no,
Koresh and only
Eagle did
Koresh.
too.
Oh, okay.
But can we really acknowledge that Eagle actually did that to you, though?
Why would I not acknowledge it?
Because then you're giving Eagle a leg to stand
It was a
on.
good fight. Why would I not give him a leg to stand on?
We
Fair
respect
enough.
her.
He earned
We respect
Crow's
enemies.
respect.
Yeah.
That's very true. I can't brag on him too
I remember
much.
when you guys finally like knocked him off the walker thing for the walker fight, and he's like, I'd still go after you, but I'm really injured.
Like,
I think actually tried shooting his grapples. And
It missed. I'm kind of curious what I was doing for that fight with that whole thing.
I want to say you were inside the crab walker thing we were using to escape.
it was the
Yes.
what was it, the big sister to the Tachikomas?
Yeah, the Uchikoma, I think is what we called it.
Yeah.
and that's when I found out about the very sad song that the Tachikoma sing.
Yeah.
Wait, Toshikomas have a sad song? What?
I guess it's part of a movie.
I'm not sure if it's a movie
That
or from like
for,
the shorts they did at the end of episodes.
Well, no, this had to be part of it because it was like, because it was very sad because they were doing a very specific act. Like, does anyone care about spoilers? Do
No,
you care about
we've seen all
spoilers?
Git stuff, so.
Yeah, I'm not that concerned.
Okay, well, it was like they were on a satellite and they were fixing a thing, but like the satellite was it was either a satellite or something, but either way they were assured of destruction. But they did their job and they're like, yeah, and just like singing the song as they're burning up to a crisp, like.
Oh, that's just sad.
Yeah, they're like,
It's like, here's this happy song because we did what we needed to do and save everyone. Oh, well, I guess it's time to die now. We're going to keep singing anyways.
That's Tachikoma's
pretty much. Yeah, we have done our job, we have become individuals, and now we die.
Arn makers will put a plaque somewhere that they'll hide for everyone else to remember us by. It's going to be interesting though. We're actually using the walkers. It only took 2 years, but we're finally using them.
Well, we've used it before. We used them during the Sotal battle.
They were there. We didn't use them personally.
Yeah, I was talking about us actually using them.
Actually, episode 77. Next session will be 3 years.
Oh my god, it'll
Darn.
be 3 years?
We've been at this a while.
Yeah.
That's right, I technically worked third shift for a year, a full year.
Mhm.
You're right.
Yep, and you were gone for quite a time, and then you came back. You're like, "Yo, what did I miss?" And we're like, "Oh, you missed quite a bit, buddy." There were radiation troopers, radiation troopers, radiation troopers.
Everything.
Yeah, I came in right at the end after you killed the one radiation trooper I saw. We were dealing with the giant freaking drill. No, not the drill. The energy source for the drill.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Yeah, because I've been slowly watching a few episodes here and there, like, oh yeah, this is there. I'm like, wait, when did we do that?
So, how long did it technically take me to rebuild? How long did it take me to rebuild the Banshee? Technically, that was the last thing that happened before I had to leave.
Well, no, you were part of the siege.
He was there for the beginning of the siege. He didn't finish it.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. After the siege, I had to rebuild the Banshee, and that's when I was starting to be gone for a year. At least a year. I don't know if it was a year in game though.
No, it definitely was not a
Sure
year in
wasn't.
game.
No, it actually let you guys know.
I think we haven't actually. I don't even think a full year has passed in game.
It is day 275.
It's been 275 days when we somehow amassed this large army
Yeah.
with this much resources.
Yeah.
Okay, Tal'Daran. I'm sorry, but Tal'Daran has every right to be a little bit paranoid. Like, we were making fun of Tal'Daran for being so paranoid, but if you look at what we have in the span of less than a year, going from 4 people to that. Can't really blame him anymore. I want to, but I can't convince myself to. I'm still glad me resisting interrogation led to this whole thing to Talon being paranoid.
Like training? What is this? What other types of training do they have? What resources do they have? I'm sorry, but all I can imagine next is just Taldarin with out of his armor in like a bunker, like strings everywhere. What if they're sent by the Chiss expansionary force? Of course, that would explain why they're so organized.
Yeah, I am really hoping you guys will get a kick out of the major twist. Didn't. But yeah, it's like stuff like that, like making NPCs paranoid or causing story to spin off in another direction. It's just one of the things I like about the interactive nature of RPGs.
I remember or just like you come across an NPC that becomes lovable, even though they're on the other side, and you kind of feel sorry for him, and eventually you just hire him. Like we had that in our Star Wars game. Hey Eric, you remember Greg and Gage?
Good old Greg and Gage.
They each lost an arm.
And it was the opposite arm.
Were mad at them. Yeah. Oh, but yeah,
I think that's the best part is that Greg and Gage, they both lost the other arm that would allow them to make a whole person in terms of the arms missing.
Mm.
I don't remember which one lost which, but I remember one lost their left arm, one lost their right arm.
Mm. Oh, but either way, this will very much be interesting. I might think of getting a Thraposaur. I think maybe the Sotal. They're the only ones I can think of. Maybe like a sparring thing, because shock boxing? I don't know.
I'm totally going to fight the Captain of the Guard again and see if I can get the 1 round KO again. I totally would do that. But currently the training montage to make Gin be able to use a walker, it's currently an ongoing thing.
It's gonna be a montage.
Yeah, because I think because most characters are like warriors and all that. I'm like, yeah, that fits Dimitri, Crow, and Sky. Like Rory's kind of a warrior, but he's more like techie. And there's not many techies. So far, I think the only really notable one is Twitch. The Twi'lek.
Yep.
With the pirate crew, and she's busy. So it's
to be entirely fair, I'm not really a warrior either. It's just I'm a scout, and because of what my character's nature is, I'm really good at fighting because I had to survive.
Well, yeah, that means you're an excellent fighter.
Ergo, you're a warrior.
I feel like there's a difference between a survivalist and a warrior, though.
It's debatable, but
Ranger and fighter, they're both combat classes. You are a combat character.
Okay. If you want to break it down to that, then yes. Fair.
That's like your two most important skills are search and shoot.
It's actually search and hide. Thank you. But you're not far off. The next best. It's not even shooting is my best skill. It's literally search and then brawling.
Still,
Yeah.
a professional skill
Yeah,
and then a
and mine
combat
is
skill.
Yeah, and then mine is demolitions.
Yeah, man, your demolitions have been awesome.
I still remember the first time you had to do it. Destroy the side of a wall. But barely put a dent in the satellite dish.
No.
Wait, no, the other way around.
Yep.
It's like, we need you to put a hole in this wall. Fails to put a hole in the wall. Roof collapses into the entire place, killing everyone instead.
Rory was born, and that's when we realized Rory was born for sabotage. Well, y'all, I imagine y'all gotta go, so catch y'all later.
Yep.
Yeah, righty.
Good night.
Have a good night, you guys.
Good sleep.
By the
tomorrow.
way, 3D printer's working, so if you have ideas, tell me, because I'm going to start getting into CAD stuff and then making them.
Nice.
Alright, good night.
So, good night, everyone.
Night.